Aluhu. Eshagala Henu Waleabo Tenu Abiaba Mabies Kadwabiako. Ataka dos Weshemeka Kwados Baru Shemeka Lumahe. Wesham Lumine Israel El Shabbat Lasso El Shabbat Dorotam Miliola. Beli Bele Israel Otilola. Kisha Shekari Masa El Shaddai El Shaddai. Where Tahadis Ubayam Masbi Shabbat Walimapash. Baru Shemeka, Baru Yemeka, Baru Turateka, Baru Kudushateka. El Shaddai Malek, El Shaddai Malak, El Shaddai Olam Mahe. Baru Shekabo, Makuto Olam Mahe. Baru Kabo Elohim, Komon Lekeyom. Olam Mahe. First of all, give all honor and praise to the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, the God of Jacob, the great, mighty, and revered God, the Most High God, who bestows loving kindness, possesses all things, who remembers the pious deeds of the patriarchs, the Most High, slow of anger, great in kindness, forgiving iniquity and transgressions, but who by no means cleared guilty, visiting iniquities of fathers upon the children to the third and fourth generation. The Most High, his work is perfect for all his ways of justice, a God of faithfulness and without iniquity. Just and right is he. Giving due respect and honor to a head in Israel, Chief Eleazar, to the chief men, princes, mother in Israel, brothers and sisters, I say unto you the tongue of my forefathers. Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat
Shalom. In order to get to the Most High or get to God, get to the Creator, sometimes we have to leave from our pull ourselves out from our past. We have to leave off from our past. Remember when the Most High appeared to Abraham, his name, God didn't change his name to Abraham just yet. He appeared to Abram. His name was Abram for many years until God put him through certain circumstances. God put him through certain circumstances, certain trials, and certain tribulations. And when Abraham passed those trials, tribulations, and those circumstances that God put you through, then he elevated Abraham, picked him up, promoted him, and named him Abraham. You have to realize something. I have to realize something. We all got to realize something. The Most High God, this is a continual, this is called a continual, or I will call this the proving grounds. First, when we read, God was only proving the men. He was only putting the men through certain situations to prove their faithfulness to God. But times has changed now. Yeah, times has changed. God still proved the men, but guess who else he has to prove? The woman. Because the woman today have this Western mentality. And they have put certain things into a woman as far as to be independent. So now the woman also sometimes get proved too with God. Because the woman has been put, or they have put themselves in the stead of men. God said woman will surpass a man. But I tell you, one man she ain't gonna surpass. She ain't gonna surpass me.
Exception.
Yeah, there is exceptions. There are exceptions. Now, one thing we need to realize, when you made your mind up to serve God, right? That don't mean you're gonna be perfect. It doesn't mean you're gonna be perfect. It doesn't mean you're gonna slip off. It doesn't mean you're not gonna transgress. It doesn't mean you're not gonna sin. But the name of the game is when you sin, do you acknowledge your sin and change? When you sin, when you transgress, do you acknowledge and accept your guilt? Accept that I was wrong. Do we do that? Do we accept that we was wrong with God? Because if you can't accept your wrongness with what's in front of you, then you definitely can't accept that you was wrong with God. You ain't never seen God. So now, when you're learning about who God is, the existence of God, right? Like I said, you have to leave off from your past. You will never come to the sight of the clearness of the understanding of who the Creator is, still living in your past. You have to be able to denounce your past. You got to be able to acknowledge that what I was taught was wrong. Why you think God waited, the Most High waited till Abraham's father died? Many years. Waited till Abraham's father died. When Terah passed away and he died, God appeared to him. He said, I am God Almighty. He said, walk before me and be thou perfect. But before he said that, what he told him, he said, get up. Get up and leave off from your nativity. Because family also can get in the way of you serving God. Because guess what? You're going to be the one sticking out like the sore thumb. You're going to be the one left out. You're going to be the one that have to be excluded. You have to exclude yourself from the things that God is not in. God is not into Thanksgiving, which is coming up this month. Because when you learn the history of Thanksgiving, the original Thanksgiving day was not turkeys. It was an offering of pigs, of a pig. And I'll read into the history and where it denoted and where it came from. I'll read into that later. But people wants to celebrate pagan festivities and not know the origin. Or people may know the origin. People may know the origin of a festivity or of a pagan holiday and still attend to appease family, to appease my parents. I don't want my mother and my father to get angry at me, so I go and I attend the Thanksgiving. Or I don't want to, what's the word? Offend this one, so I attend this. Or I don't want to, but who do you serve? But you rather offend God than to offend mortal flesh that cannot do you anything. Right? Sometimes we need to check ourselves. At one point in time, we need to check ourselves because we rather offend God. We rather offend God than to offend family, relatives, children. People will break God's laws for brothers. People will break God's laws for sisters. People will break God's laws for children. And they rather offend God than their family. No, your family must understand that I'm living in a certain way now. I don't live that way no more. This is not a cult. Everything that I'm saying to you is in and written in the Bible. The Bible, what we read about, is not man-made and was not constructed. Let me rephrase that. Not the Bible, but the Old Testament was not put together by man. The first 5 books, I always say it every week because I never really even thought about it. But we always reiterate, Moses wrote the first 5. Moses wasn't there in the time of Abraham, in the time of the children of Israel, in Jacob's time. So how did he know what to write? God told him. Everything in the first 5 was reiterated by the person, by the mouth of God, and Moses wrote the book. Moses stood in that mountain for 40 days and 40 nights, receiving so much information from God. History, information, so much information from God. And that when he came down from that mountain, his face shone. When he came down from that mountain, his face shined. People couldn't withstand the brightness, and the beams, say it was radiant beams shining from his face. He had to cover his face with a veil. Go out, talk to the people. When he's done talking to people, then he returned back into the thick darkness where God was. Remove the veil, because he's facing, that's what he's facing like. He's facing, like people call energy, that's what he's facing. The glory of God is what illuminates. You ever heard the word illumination? Illuminate. Too bright. Like the description, if this was a vision that Daniel had. The vision said, he said, oh, I can't even. I'm gonna mess up the quote if I say it out from my mind. The way he projected it and said it, it just was something to blow you. It was in Daniel what? It was just something to blow your mind when he saw that vision and he gave the description. See, we gotta realize, and that's why, look, God said, he said, to all you guys, he said, I appeared to all you guys in visions. But Moses, I never appeared to that man in no vision or dreams. He said, I spoke to this guy face to face. That's what God said. I speak to him face to face. Went to Miriam and Aaron, he said, man, you was not afraid to speak against my servant? You found it? When he said woolly, blind and white, his clothes. Right. So, to get to the Creator, sometimes we have to leave off from our past. God told Abraham, he said, leave off from your nativity, leave off from your family. Which means God looked amongst the whole family and saw one man that was able to serve God. The same thing goes with a woman. God looks amongst the families and he might not see a man, but he looks and see a woman. And within that family, that woman has some type of good in her to serve God. So God removes her from the family. God removes her from her family. Do you ever think about what a coincidence? What a coincidence that I am the only one here. My family is all over the place, but I'm the only one here. And look who God connected me with. You found it?
Yeah.
Read that.
Daniel 7, verse 9.
Daniel 7, verse 9.
I beheld till the thrones were cast
Daniel,
down.
he said, I beheld when the thrones was cast down. What thrones? What thrones? The kings.
Everything was ravished, thrown down by foreign nations that ravished and ran through. Strange nations. Why? Because we fell from the grace of God. We fell from the grace of the Creator. How did we fall from the grace of God? By sinning, by breaking his laws, by breaking his commandments, by breaking his covenant. So when we break God's law, we fall from the grace of God. Okay, read.
I beheld till the thrones were cast down.
I beheld till the thrones was cast down.
And the Ancient of Days did sit.
The Ancient of Days did sit. The Ancient of Days is who? Is God. You know what the Ancient of Days is?
Before days were created.
That was before. The Ancient of Days is before the creation. You hear that, man? The Ancient of Days means before the creation, before there was an earth, before there was a sun, before there was a moon, before there was stars, before there was human beings, before there was creatures, before there was animals and creeping things and reptiles. He said God sitting on his throne. There was a God sitting on his throne. And his first and thought lasting creation was who? Israel. Before humans was created, God had in mind the children of Israel. Where read?
I beheld till the thrones were cast down, and the Ancient of Days did sit. Whose garment was white as snow.
Whose garment was as white as snow. There is no material, there is no white to be compared to you. You know what? You know why it compared to snow? You ever had or witnessed a big snowstorm?
Yeah.
And it's full of snow.
Yeah. Fresh.
And you go out from the first time, you feel that
the sun shining on.
Sun shining, you feel that. You look at the snow and it's an unusual white.
Yeah, it's bright.
It's very bright. Go ahead, read.
Daniel 7, verse 9. Whose garment was white as snow, and the hair of his head like the pure wool.
Look, he said this. Now remember now, this was a vision. He said the hair on his head like the pure wool. Who is the only one with pure woolly hair? Nappy hair. I ain't gonna say no more.
You can take it from there.
Take it from there. Tom Shady, read.
His throne was like the fiery flame.
His throne was like the fiery flame.
And his wheels as burning fire.
Wheels like burning fire.
A fiery stream issued and came forth from before him. Thousands ministered unto him.
Thousands, you know, the thousands and thousands that ministered to God. Those was his angelic hosts. That was his angels. Tom Shady.
Thousands ministered unto him, and 10,000 times 10,000 stood before him. The judgment was set, and the books were opened. And I beheld then, because of the voice of the great words which the horn spake. I beheld even till the beast was slain, and his body destroyed and given to the burning flame. As concerning the rest of the beasts, they had their dominion taken away, yet their lives were prolonged for a season and a time. I saw in the night visions, and behold, one like the Son of Man came with the clouds of heaven and came to the Ancient Days, and they brought him near before him. And there was given him dominion and glory and a kingdom, that all people, nations, and languages should serve him. His dominion is an everlasting dominion, which shall not pass away, and his kingdom that which shall not be destroyed. I, Daniel, was grieved in my spirit in the midst of my body, and the visions of my head troubled me. I came near unto one of them that stood by, and asked him the truth of all this.
Was that the same chapter that said that we had a section of angels that said one thing and one said the other? Quados. No, that's not it, right?
No.
All right, cut that.
Okay.
Okay, now let's go to Deuteronomy chapter 27.
Deuteronomy chapter 27. And Moses with the elders of Israel commanded the people, saying, keep all the commandments which I command you this day. And it shall be on the day.
And Moses said unto the elders of the who? Of Israel. Now, one thing we need to realize, not every old person is an elder.
Right.
Because in Numbers, and what made me know that, what made me realize that was in Numbers 11, verse 16, it says, gather unto me 70 men of the elders of Israel, whom thou knowest to be elders of the people. Out of millions, out of how many millions that was in the wilderness, he was only be able to pick out 70 men. So that tells you, do you really, that's a very small number. Do you really think he gathered every old sucker that was there? No, because there's a certain standard, there's a certain character that comes with being called an elder.
That's right.
There's a certain character that is being called that's ought to be called an elder. All right, go ahead, read.
And it shall be on the day when ye shall pass over Jordan unto the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee, that thou shalt set thee up great stones.
You shall set thee up great stones.
And plaster them with plaster.
Plaster them with plaster.
And thou shalt write upon them all the words of this law when thou art passed over.
Now, once we pass over, we set up two great stones. Mount Ebal, Mount Gerizim. These two great stones was miles and hundreds of miles away. When we got to these great stones, we plastered them with plaster. After they plastered them with plaster, they wrote the law upon those great stones. That's like introduction. What are you facing when you're past this? What are you facing when you come into this land? What to expect when you come into this land? These are the rules. When you come into this land, you have to abide by these rules. Don't we do that today? You have your house, you got your place where you live at, and you inform people. And in order to be here, you have to fall under the rules of God. These are not my rules. This is not this one's rules or no one's rules. These rules come out of the Bible. I didn't make this up. Okay? Now, that's what the children of Israel were setting up. When they passed over the Jordan, they set up big stones, plastered them, wrote the law there. Which way when you pass here, these are the rules. Don't steal. You steal, you got to pay back the principal in the fifth part. If you do this over here, don't do this because this is the penalty. When you set rules, there are penalties when you break those rules. There's penalties for when you break those rules. Those penalties and those rules God already have set up. Now, these rules that God has set up are just rules. These are commands and laws that tells me how we should deal with one another. How you should deal with me and how I should deal with you. Everybody, all men and all women have flaws. You understand what I'm telling you? We all have flaws.
That's right.
But it's up to you to correct it with the laws and the commandments of God.
That's it.
No one's perfect. Not because this guy here reads every day means he's supposed to be perfect.
No.
He's going to sin and transgress and mess up here and there. There's going to be a point in time when you mess up. Number one, not with man and not with woman. Before I mess up with you or before I violate you, I've messed up with God first because I broke his laws. God said, thou shalt not, and I went and did it. Why? To appease ourselves. Yeah, to get some type of gratification, to run from certain things, or not to. We got to learn. And this message, when I speak, is not only for the people, it's for me too.
Definitely.
It's for me too. That's why I read so much. This is why I read so much. Because guess what? I have more of a chance to change than you do. If you don't read. Because there is something called all right, in Deuteronomy, God said Mishnah. Mishnah means study by oral repetition. There is a reason why God said oral repetition. There's a reason why God said talk about it when you're in the house, when you walk by the way, when you lie down, because you're talking to who? Yourself. You're talking to that evil that is in you, which is called a demon. Yeah, we got demons in us. What is the demons? What are the demons? The demons are the evil that you have in you that is against God.
They call it inner demon.
Don't get offended.
Everybody.
Don't get offended. Don't get offended. Yes, we do have demons. We got to accept that we do have. This is what caused negative reactions. So now I have a chance of conquering these demons because I am more inclined towards the book. I read more. I'm into it more. I order my life according to what God says more. So I'm more inclined on turning towards God than you. Not saying that I don't transgress, or not saying that we don't transgress. We sin. We break God's law. Yes. Yes, we do. Nobody's perfect. I ain't perfect, and I'm not going to lean on that. I ain't going to lean on that. Oh, I ain't perfect. No. That's a hang-up to get off. No. I sinned, so I said, God, I ain't perfect. Now, God don't want to hear that. You know what I said. You learn my laws. You see what I like. You see what I dislike. Rule your spirit and don't do it. That's it. That's what we all got to do. That's what I got to do. I have to rule my spirit and reject the things that God hates. Because when you don't reject the things that God hates, guess what? You offend people. Now I begin to offend people. If I don't reject stealing, then I'm going to steal from you. Which means I have to train myself to hate the things that God hates and despises. Which means I have to hate stealing. It's a training. It's a reprogram. I have to hate coveting. I have to hate lying so I don't lie. And you could sometimes, man, listen, go ahead and read.
And so it shall be on the day when you shall pass over Jordan unto the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee, and thou shalt set thee up great stones and plaster them with plaster. Verse 3. Thou shalt write upon them all the words of this law.
All the words of this law.
When thou art passed over, that thou mayest go in unto the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee. A land that floweth with milk and honey.
Land that floweth with milk and honey. You know what that means? It's not actual, milk and honey. No, this was a land of vegetation. You plant something and it grows to its increase. Okay? That's the type of land it was. I was able to plant something and it'll grow to its increase. It'll grow. That's why it's called the land that floweth with milk and honey.
Fertile crescent.
That's right, the fertile crescent. Right? And as the Lord thy God of thy fathers had promised thee. Now, this land that God is going to bring the children of Israel into was a land that was promised to a people. It was a land that was promised to the seed of Abraham. And why God chose this specific seed, is because how Abraham was with God. Like I said before, Abraham had something in him
called the blind allegiance, right?
Mm-hmm.
Blind allegiance means you don't need any proof. You don't need any proof. No proof. God didn't have to prove anything to Abraham that he was God. He heard his laws, he recognized his laws, and he hearkened and went forward. Went forward. He didn't question it. Right? So, and this is why God chose his seed. In return, he went from Abraham, chose Isaac. After Isaac, he went and chose Jacob. Then from Jacob, you had the 12 sons, which were 12 tribes of the children of Israel, which inhabited and came from the whole nation of Israel. Right? All right. So he said, therefore it shall be when you're gone over Jordan, that you shall set up these 2 stones, which I command you this day in Mount Ebal, and thou shalt plaster them with plaster. And there shalt thou build an altar unto the Lord thy God, an altar of stones. Thou shalt not lift up any iron tool upon them. Why was that spoken? Because in Exodus, when you lift up a tool upon a stone, you pollute it. We had to get whole stones to build this altar. Stones that was not used for no type of work. We get those type of stones to build, and that's what they use for the altar. Right? Now, it said, thou shalt not build the altar of the Lord thy God. Thou shalt build the altar of the Lord thy God of whole stones. Thou shalt offer burnt offerings thereon unto the Lord thy God, and thou shalt offer a peace offering. Now, the word peace offering, it's a shalem. Shalem is a peace offering. Shalem means to recompense or retribution. Now, there was an order of these offerings, right? There was an order when they did a peace offering, right? Now, in order, before I send the peace offering, right? See, when we sin against God, first we confess. When we transgress, when we sin against God, we got to confess. We got to make confession. Yes, I violated. I messed up. I did this. When a person is trying to change or wants to change, that doesn't mean they're not gonna mess up. In changing, right, you bump your head. That's right. Why we don't understand that? Yeah. In changing, you're gonna slip. In changing, you're gonna slide. In changing, you're gonna break your back. Yes. Yes. So when I get with my woman, or if I'm with a woman, in that woman changing, she's gonna slip. It's not up to me to hold you accountable for when you slip. What are you doing attending a Thanksgiving when I told you we don't celebrate Thanksgiving? What are you doing this when I told you shouldn't be doing this? What are you doing the other when I told you shouldn't do? Let me rephrase that. Not what I told you. What I told you that was wrong by God's law. Mm-hmm. So we got to realize something. You know why I said we have to realize something? Because God dealt with us in that form and manner. God dealt with the nation of Israel in that fashion. Because when he brought the children of Israel out of Egypt, he didn't expect them to be perfect immediately as soon as he took them out of Egypt. They bumped their heads. They slipped, they slid, they fell, they broke their back. But he saw good in them.
He saw a quality in the nation that they were able to serve God. He saw that quality. So again, when striving to be righteous, when striving to be perfect, when changing oneself, you're going to slip. You're going to fall. You're going to slip back. You're going to break your back. But acknowledge your offense. Acknowledge that you was wrong, which means you make confession to God. I was wrong for doing this. I'm going to admit it. I did this. I violate this. I did this. And I'm sorry. I'm sorry, oh God. And don't you realize that we do that with each other? A person that wants to change or do good by God would do good to what's in front of him. Will do good to what's in front of him. And then, and only then, that will allow me to come to you and say, well, listen, my brother, I did this, this, and this. I was wrong. Sometimes we don't even have an excuse or a reason why you did it. Because the evil in us. But you can't take that away from the person that the person don't want to change. You can't take that from the person that the person don't want to be good, don't want to do good. In doing good or in living righteously, we have to read. This is the only way to correct that evil that is in us. We all have evil in us. Tamshi, read.
Verse 8. And thou shalt write upon the stones all the words.
Hold that verse. Right? I said there was an order on when they did the peace offering. When we sin against God first, you confess. That's the first thing. The first thing, you come and admit you're wrong, your fault. Second, after we make confession, guess what? The sin offering goes up. The sin offering is for me. I was the one that committed that sin offering. So I sent up a sin offering to the priest so he can send it up to God. Why I give it to the priest? Because he was accepted of God. Whatsoever comes from the man that was accepted of God, accepted of the man, was accepted of God. That's the reason why God looked at Cain and said, man, I didn't accept your offering because you wasn't accepted. That's why. You didn't do good. You didn't take teeth. You didn't improve. We cannot stay stagnated. In this way of life, we can't stay stagnated. People think, it's just a Shabbat, this and this. Oh, you never told me about this. You ain't ready for the others. Let me see you accomplish this, this, and this. Right. And I'm throw this in there. Then I throw this in there. That's the way God deals with us. God didn't pour everything down on us. No. And I didn't realize that till just now. God gave it to us in measures, little by little, according to when God see you ready for certain information, he open your eyes to certain things and give it to you. Now you're ready. Because I already proved you in this particular aspect. So now you're ready for this information. Right. And that's the grooming. That was the grooming that God did with Israel. And that's the same grooming you do with your woman. You don't tell your woman everything about as far as like the laws. I didn't give my woman everything. I gave a little by little. The main thing is gave her the basics. Basics. Gotta observe the Shabbat. You can't attend no pagan festivity. You gotta come out those pants. Change your clothes. You gotta change your diet. We don't eat meat because I don't know if the animal died of itself. I don't know how the animal died, so we can't eat meat. You have to buy the fish not dead already. You gotta go to a livestock where the fish is at, buy it live. Okay? With fins and scales. This is why we don't eat shrimps, crabs, and lobsters. Seafood. Because God said the only fish or the only things that's in the sea that we are supposed to be eating are fishes with fins and scales. That's it. Images. Images. Let me get into that right now. Let's stay where you at. I want to slide into something quick, fast. And I'm going to show you another part of why God told us to stay away from images. Okay? Now, I'm going to read something for you. Information I found out this morning. Right? And if I'm not mistaken, there it goes. Now, remember in the time of Elisha, when Elisha and Gehazi with Naaman, right? Naaman was a Syrian, right? He worshipped a god, a Syrian god called Rimmon, Rimmon. And Rimmon, I don't like mentioning the name, was a Syrian idol. It was a Syrian idol. It was a Syrian cult image. When I went into the origin and the history of this Syrian idol called Rim, guess what it said? The Syrian idol, Rim, is a human-made object. A human-made object with no substance. We cannot make these human-made objects anymore because we don't have the knowledge. So in return, we had images, we had pictures. People draw images. That was a culture of the Syrians. One of the cultures of the Syrians is a human-made object. What is an object? Right. But let's go deeper now. Objects. Dolls. G.I. Joe, human-made objects. G.I. Joe figures, teddy bears, Barbie dolls, human-made objects. And this is why I emphasize on making these objects and having it in the house. God ain't gonna look at it and say, oh, he ain't worshiping it. He ain't worshiping it. You got gods. You got gods and idols in your house. And all these things bring what you call bad luck. What people call it. People call it bad luck. People call it negative energy.
Evil spirits. That's
what it's called. It brings negative. It brings evil spirits in your house. And when you bring evil, when you bring these things in your house, this is what causes certain things to happen. That is negative. Okay? Now, it says a human-made object that is venerated or worshipped. Well, I ain't venerating it and I ain't worshiping it, but you got it in your house. No good. For the deity, spirit or demon that it embodies or represents. So this object represents or embodies means to hold. It's holding a spirit within it. It holds a spirit. The objects, realize something. These objects, these human-made objects like dolls and teddy bears, invokes evil spirits to come into the house. Come into these things. That invokes it. See, we can invoke it and bring it in, and we can do things to push it away. That's why God said, do not have these things in your house. Don't have these things in your house because these things is what invokes and accepts evil spirits in your house. We've been warned. You ever wondered why you watch these movies and you got the witchcraft, the witch doctor? He got the doll, and he's looking at this guy over here. He said, oh, the guy's begging him, please don't do it. The guy takes the doll, puts the man's spirit in the doll, so whatever he does to the doll links the the man to the door. Whatever he does to the door happens to him. And that is not no fairy tale. That's real. That's why God told us, stay away from divinations. Stay away from sorcery. Stay away from enchantments. Stay away from witches and warlocks and tarot cards and inquiring and readings and all this foolishness. God says stay away from these things. Because in the end, guess what happens? You become nailed. You become marked as a follower of the devil. All that, what people like to do today, is the realm of the devil. Whether you do it for good or evil, it is the realm of the devil. And you're gonna convict yourself to that. You're gonna convict yourself to these type of things. And this is, go ahead, read. Go back to where we was at.
Verse 8. And thou shalt write upon the stones all the words of this law.
All the words of this law very plainly.
And Moses and the priests, the Levites, spake unto all Israel, saying, take heed and hearken, O Israel. This day thou art become the people of the Lord thy God.
Take heed and hearken, O Israel. Today you have become the people of God. Today is the day that God accepted us. Where is it? That's very far. That's the entrance. Must be there. Today we have begun to be the people of God, which means in order to become you don't become a people of God immediately. This comes with trials and tribulations and tests and proof. God gotta prove you. That's why it takes time to be a wife. It takes time to call a woman your wife. It takes time to call a man your husband. You know why? Because the number one thing, the man has to be able to provide. He got to show some type of qualities. You got to show some type of responsibilities. You got to show that you're able to fend for this woman and take care of this woman, fend for the household, protect, keep, feed, teach, guide, lead, advise. And it takes certain qualities to be a wife. You know what's one of the things that God said? He said, when you get a wife, he said, don't diminish her food, her raiment, and her duties of marriage. Do we know what duties of marriage is? That's cohabitation. You can't deny her cohabitations. Can't deny that. Nowadays, men and women has become reckless and unruly and unstable. Men and women became reckless, unruly, and unstable in the spirit. I mean, if we have no self-control, none. But that's what God said. God said, don't diminish her food, don't diminish her raiment, and don't diminish her duties of marriage, which means I got to be able to feed, clothe this woman, and hold it down. That's it. The pleasure that Mother Sarah said. She heard. God, she didn't eavesdrop, but she heard. The angel talking to Abraham. Abraham said, man, you gonna get a son. So Sarah said, wow, am I gonna have pleasure again? Me and my husband? Yes, pleasure. I think I rank that pleasure number one. Number one pleasure in man and woman's life. Number one. And it also, I tell you one thing, man, that thing called sex, it connects. it connects you. It connects your heart to another person. And it connects this person's heart to that person. Sooner or later, there will be a connection.
Mm-hmm.
Sooner or later.
Love comes.
Right.
Unconditional love comes.
Unconditional love. Facts. Time sheet.
And Moses and the priests and Levites spake unto all Israel, saying, Take heed and hearken, O Israel. This day thou art become the people of the Lord thy God.
This day thou art become the people of God.
Thou shalt therefore obey the voice of the Lord thy God.
Obey the voice of the Lord thy God.
And do his commandments.
Do his commandments.
And his statutes. Which I command thee this day. And Moses charged the people the same day, saying, These shall stand upon Mount Gerizim to bless the people when ye are come over Jordan. Simeon, Levi, Judah, and Issachar, and Joseph, and Benjamin. And these shall stand upon Mount Ebal to curse. Reuben, Gad, and Asher, Zebulun, Dan, and Naphtali. And the Levites shall speak and say unto all the men of Israel with a loud voice, Cursed be the man.
Cursed be the man
that maketh any grave.
Time out. Cursed be the man that maketh any graven. Now, from the English standpoint or point of view, graven is something that's carved, sculpted, engraved. But in the Hebrew, the word for graven is a fesel. Cursed be he that has made a fesel. The word fesel, it means an idol. The definition of idol is a likeness of something, right? Form or appearance, visible without substance. Anything that is without substance is without spirit. It's without existence. This is why I always emulate and I always speak or say drawings of humans, drawings of cattle and beasts of humans. Don't draw that in the house.
That's right.
Okay? I don't want to see dolls.
That's right.
And human objects. I don't want to see none of that. Toys. Don't bring that in the house. You know why? Because God hated it.
That's right.
And we have to train ourselves to hate the things that God hates so that you don't violate it. So that you don't violate it. Like I always say, when we sin against God and you are aware that you have sinned against God, and whatever we do that is against God, there is a form of guilt. When you are in that mentality of changing, there's a form of guilt that comes over you. When you violate God, period. That's the only reason, that's the only way to change. That's the only way to change. Right now, it says a form or an appearance visible without substance, visible without life, without spirit, without existence. Tamshi is a graven or molten image. The word for molten image, it means a maseka. Maseka means a mask. So you're not going to catch me on Halloween running around here with a Jason mask, with a sword. I'm not doing that. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to take my children and put costumes on them to walk around with costumes. Because these things are hateful of God. And we could put our children in certain things, in certain activities that will cause them to be blocked. We can block our children from getting to know who God is. Yeah. And you can block yourself. People become afraid and scared to tell their parents of what God they serve, what type of life they live. You can't be afraid of that. He said, oh, these things be not thou ashamed of. What are you ashamed of? Are you ashamed to reiterate and speak about God? He said, what? Look. People think I'm saying this off the side of my brain. All right? Stay where you at. In the Apocrypha, Ecclesiasticus, there are certain things that God said never to be ashamed of. Right? He said, of these things be not thou ashamed, and accept no one to sin thereby. Okay? Of the law of the Most High and this covenant. Of the laws of God and of this covenant. These are things we can't be ashamed of. And why we don't speak on God and speak about his laws. Why I don't tell my family about God and his laws. Why I don't tell my mother about God and his laws. Why I don't tell my children about God and his laws. It's because I'm ashamed. You don't stand up for God. Right? There's gonna come a point in time when you got to stand up for God. And when you decide, that shows a certain amount of belief. When you are able to stand up for God, it shows that you do have a certain amount. You don't have 100%, but you have a certain amount of belief that he is God. This is the true and living God. Because when you have doubts, you don't have too much to say about it. You still have not come to the sight of its clearness. And that's why you doubt it. And there's not too much in your conversations. You talked more about idols and deities. You talked more about other things because these are the things that you believe in. Right? Now, I'm going to leave that right there. I just want to go into that first one, right? Now, it said, cursed be the man that maketh any graven or molten image, a maseka, an abomination unto the Lord. An abomination, anything that God has abominated or has called an abomination, it means to be detestable. There are things that are detestable and hated by God. There are things that are hated and detestable by God. And God gave us commands and told us to stay away from it. Right? Now, he said, the work of the hands of the craftsman, and put it in a secret place, and all the people shall say, so be it. Right? Have you realized that the things that we have grown attached to, we end up hiding? I'm emotionally attached to this. And because I am emotionally attached to this, I take it and I hide it. I take it and I hide it. You have not fully let go of it. Tamshi?
Cursed be he that set it light by his father or his mother.
Cursed be he that set it light by his father or who? Or his mother. Not just your father. Now, let's learn what it means to set light. The word for set it light is nikle. When we're learning these laws, we have to look up these words in the tongue or in the language that it was originally written with. The English was tainted, reworded, but the only wording that was not tainted was the Hebrew language. This is why it's very important when you're studying in the laws and the commandments of God, you have to transfer over to the language. So the word set it light means nikle. Nikle means to lightly esteem. When you lightly esteem your parents, guess what? You show no regard. No regard. You have no protective interest. You have no care. All right? No regard, no consideration or attention towards your parents. And you can lightly esteem them that way. Now, go ahead, read.
And all the people shall say, so be it. Cursed be he that removeth his neighbor's landmarks.
Cursed be he that removeth his neighbor's landmarks. We all have land. You got land, I got land. Your vineyard is next to my vineyard. You have boundaries that separates your vineyard from my vineyard, but I took the boundary, moved it 5 acres up so I can gain more land. Go ahead, read.
Cursed be he that maketh the blind to wander out of the way.
Cursed be he that maketh the blind to wander out of the way. The word for wander is mashgeh, means to fall into sin. So when you cause the blind to fall into iniquity or to fall into sin, you done told the person the wrong thing. You done told the person, or you have the person following wrong information that is against God. That's why it's not a light thing to come up here and start teaching or saying or expounding on the words of God. Now, this is not to gain no clout. This ain't to gain clout. We are observing the commandment of God. Mm-hmm. God has commanded us to have a holy convocation.
That's right.
We have to have this holy convocation because God says so. And as I say it all the time, leave the streaming for the people that cannot come to the congregation. If you can't make it to the congregation and you are far off, by all means stream. But if you cannot make it and if you could make it and you're near, come to the convocation. Don't stay home and stream. Don't stay home and come and say, I congregated. No. Congregation is assembly of people. It's a gathering. Okay. It's a gathering. So I cannot stay home and talk about I gathered. No, you didn't gather. You streamed. You streamed. And that's not accepted of God. Read.
Verse 19. Cursed be he that perverted the judgment of the stranger, fatherless, and widow.
Because at a certain time in history, the people did that. There was a lot of unjust gain and a lot of perversion that was going on with the people, that some people, when they did wrong against God, they perverted the judgment. Let the person go off, right? Let the person not have to pay. He stole, oh, you don't got to pay. Gave him a slap on it. No, we perverted the judgment of the stranger, the fatherless, and the widow. These are the people that God said to look out for. He said, love the stranger, love the fatherless, and the widow. He said, look out for these people, because these people are specific people that will get railroaded. The stranger, he's new amongst the group, and everybody looked towards the stranger and down him. Put him down. Oh, he did it. He probably did it. He's a new one. No. Or the fatherless. He don't have his protector. The fatherless, he don't have his protector, which is his father is not around. So therefore, we take on the protection by looking out for the fatherless. The widow, her husband is not around. So we take on the responsibility of looking out for the widow. Tamshi.
Cursed be he that lieth with his father's wife.
Cursed be he that lieth with his father's wife.
Because he uncovered his father's skirt.
No,
the people shall say, so be it.
We have sexual laws, man. We have sexual laws. Mm-hmm. And people tend to condemn others because of what one person is doing. That's not how God moves. You can't condemn God. Listen, the Creator, he said, the man that sinneth, he shall die. I can't condemn this one, that one, and the that one, and the others, the whole people, everybody, for what one man did. That is the mentality of who? What kind of mentality is that? What kind of mentality is that when you condemn people for one man's mishaps. That's not a good mentality. That's not a good way to think. And God don't teach us to think that way. God said, the man that sinned, his name shall be blotted out. Moses said, Moses went to God and he told God to kill him and save the nation. You know what God said? God said, that's not how I move. He said, I'm a just God. The soul that sinned, the soul that violated, the person that sinned. He said, his name will I blot out. That's the man I will destroy. That's the man I will cut off. But I'm not going to blame the whole nation. I'm not going to blame everybody. That's not how God moves, man. And we, in order to be godly, or in order to be like unto God, we must read. So that when you read certain things, it sparks something in you to where you realize and say, well, wow, I also have done this. I have done this at one point, a time or another, and God don't like it. I need to stop doing this. I got to stop thinking this way. I got to stop moving this way. See, you know what people think? This is just a one-day thing. Oh, it's the Sabbath, Friday night, sundown, shut everything down. Now we have teachings. Oh, it's just a one-day thing. One day we think on God, and Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, oh, we forget about it, and we continue in our own stubborn ways. We continue in the things, in the way that we are. No. We learn this so we can take this with us throughout the week. We learn this so we can take this with us throughout the week. Tomorrow, which is the first day of the week, remember the things that was reiterated. Remember the things that was spoken about and use it to guide your life. Use it to correct yourself with God. Like my father always said, he said, take heed to the messenger, to the message. You ain't gotta like the messenger. You ain't gotta like the mailman, but you take the mail. You ain't gotta like the messenger, but if the message is correct, accept the message. That's it. That's it. Go ahead, read.
Verse 21. Cursed be he that lieth with any manner of beast.
Cursed be he that lieth with any manner of beast. And there was a nation in history that cohabitated with animals. There are people today that does bestiality. What book, what nation, what religion told you or ever you heard about that tells you don't cohabitate with an animal? A Christian can go and cohabitate with a deer and then go back to being Christian and say 7 Hail Marys and Our Fathers. And JC will accept them. Nah. Look what it says, what God says. You can't come back to God after you cohabitate and have sex with no deer. You can't come back to God after cohabitating and having sex with your poodle or with a cow. Go ahead and finish the verse. Say, cursed be the man that what?
That lie with any manner of beast. And all the people shall say, so be it. Cursed be
another part in the book, he said, any man or woman, I think it said any man that lieth with a beast shall be put to death. The beast is gonna die and the animal gotta die. You done got the beast all twisted up. You done abominated the beast with God. God said, no, I don't want that beast and I don't want you no more. Certain things seal your faith. Certain things that we do in life seals our faith. When your faith is sealed, it will not allow you to progress in life. It will not allow you to progress in life. So you go ahead and cohabitate with these animals and beasts and creep. No book says that. No book tells you to honor your parents. No book. That's the reason why people today grow up and say, well, my parent got to recognize and realize that this is, my parent got to recognize and realize nothing. You recognize and realize that that's your mother. That's right. And you honor your mother and respect your mother. That's right. Your one thing, the parents always considers a child. In life, when you see the whole spectrum, the parents considers the child. But the child very rarely considers the parents. They want to follow their own wanton ways. They want to do what they want to do. Not realizing that in doing what you want to do, you're hurting your mother. You're hurting your father. And yourself. And yourself. So people ask me, if you had money inside the room and your mother go in the room and take $10 or $15 or $20, do you think they stole? I said, no. Number one, the righteousness. My father always did that. My father always did that. And he knows the authority that he has. My mother always does that. She knows the authority that she has. She takes something. She go call me. Shama, I just want to call you that I took this and this. I say, Iman. Come on, Iman. I said, you ain't got to call me. You ain't got to ask me. All I need to know when I come, I say, who touched it? Oh, Iman? Oh, no problem. It's a dead issue. I ain't got nothing else to say. I ain't going to say, oh, man, I needed this. Whoa. You got it? You got it. See, what man? You ain't got to call me. You got that. You ain't got to ask. Just take it. Good.
And you don't have to replace it either.
And you ain't got to replace it.
You right. Give me the money.
No, you ain't got to do nothing. Tom Sheep.
Don't even feel right. Cursed be he that lied with his sister, the daughter of his father.
Cursed be he that lieth with his sister, the daughter of his father,
or the daughter of his mother.
Or the daughter of his mother. Why specify the daughter of his father? Because your sister, your father could have a daughter, but with another woman.
That's right.
So y'all have the same father, but not the same mother. Right. Or we have the same mother, but not the same father. She is still your sister. I can't cohabitate with her. I can't have sexual relations with her. And all these laws came after. Yeah. After the building of a nation. Right. That's right. Tom Sheep.
Cursed be he that lied with his mother-in-law.
Cursed be he that lied with his mother-in-law. I have a wife, and I go and have sex with her mother. I have a wife, I go have sex with her sister. These things God hates. God is against that. God is against that. And guess who else is against it? I am too. I am too. Don't come telling me, oh, I'm not with none of that. I don't accept none of that. I'm already in training. I'm training myself and reprogramming myself to take heed to the things that God accepts. But the problem is, there's only one way. Certain people, one way, or certain people that have decided to reprogram and change the way God said to change. But you ain't. You have not decided and came to terms with yourself that you need to be reprogrammed. You think you are A-OK. You think you're a good man. You think you're a good woman. Well, I got to bust your bubble. If you ain't good according to the description that God gave you in the book, then you ain't good with him. You ain't good with God. Because God tells us what is good. God tells us what is evil. God tells us what is profane. God tells us what is bad. According to what we read is what tells us who is good and who is evil. Not to what you think is evil. Not according to how you feel is what is good. That don't stand. Don't stand. Time sheet.
Cursed be he that smited his neighbor secretly.
Cursed be he that smited his neighbor secretly. It means I snuck him. My neighbor. My neighbor. So why is it? Is this my neighbor? Are they talking about just, are they talking about the nations?
No.
No. We got to realize something, man. When we read these laws was for Israel. Or for the ones that have turned away from a lifestyle and came into Israel. The law is for everybody that have turned towards God, not for the heathens. Now you become my neighbor because of your lifestyle. Your lifestyle is what connects me and you together.
You don't serve that idol.
That's right. Read.
Cursed be he that taketh reward to slay an innocent person.
That's a hitman. Cursed be he that taketh reward to slay an innocent person. I'll pay you a couple $1,000 to push this dude's whiz back. Go ahead, read.
Cursed be he that confirmeth not all the words of this law.
Now we got to learn this here, right? Confirm it, not all the words of this law. You know what confirm means? Confirm means to agree. Confirm means to fulfill. And do you know we have men and women that have heard certain laws in the book and do not agree? You have shown God that you disagree with what you read here. You're cursed, and that will allow your spirit to be cursed by not agreeing with what you read in the book, by not agreeing with God. But in order to accept that or to realize that, we got to have a certain amount of belief. We don't have no belief in God at all. So because we don't have no belief in God, what he's saying is just blow over your head. Okay, with that, we're going to go to the next chapter. Let's go to Jeremiah 2. Yeah, let's go to Jeremiah chapter 2. Jeremiah was one of the prophets of God. He was ordained a prophet from before he was born. He was ordained a prophet from before he was born. God has elected him and chose him to be a prophet from the womb. So go ahead. We're going to go ahead and read. Jeremiah chapter 2.
Chapter 2. Moreover, the word of the Lord came to me, saying, Go and cry in the ears of Jerusalem.
He said, moreover. He said, the word of God came what?
Came unto me,
saying,
Go and cry in the ears of Jerusalem, saying, Thus saith the Lord, I remember thee, the kindness of thy youth.
He said, go and cry in the ears of the children of Israel. Right? Thus saith the Lord. He said, I remember thee, the kindness of thy youth. You know what the kindness of thy youth? The kindness of thy youth. When I first met you, when I first got with you, you was very kind.
Nice to me.
You was nice. You was pleasant. You were beautiful. You didn't retract from the kindness from in the beginning. The kindness from when I met you in the beginning is the same 10 years ago. Is the same 20 years ago. That's how we can determine and see, well, both parties, whether the woman changed and it ain't the same from the beginning, or the man changed. Because I ain't gonna put it all on the woman. Sometimes men get with a woman a year, 2 years, 4 years, 5 years, and the man change. He flips.
You're not interested.
He ain't interested in you no more. No attention, no love, no compassion. Ain't no more hugging her from behind and grabbing her from her waist, giving her a peck on her neck, nibbling on her ear. No, that desire, that fire gotta keep burning. Gotta keep burning. It keeps burning. It don't never dies. When it begins to die, there's something wrong. Something's going on. There's something going on. There's something, you're being turned off somewhere or another. And when you begin to, no? Now, he said what? He said, thus saith the Lord.
I remember
thee.
The kindness of thy youth.
The kindness of thy youth.
The love of thine espousal.
All right, now, the love of thine espousal. The kindness of thy youth, when you look up the word youth, it means early life. Young. Early life is very young. When you're first bringing up. You know what the early life is? Goes into like babies. That connection when the mother just had that baby. And that baby crying and you looking at that baby. There's a connection that goes on between the mother and her child. Like I was watching a movie or something. The dude said, man, listen, to get to her and you want her, you got to grow some type of connection with the children. And sometimes men yearn for that. And it aggravates them because of the love that you have for the mother and the connection never grows between the children. And that aggravates the man. The man gets aggravated because it's out of place. I can't love you and not have no love for your son or your daughter.
Right.
And I would love to have a real man that loved the woman would love to have that connection with your children. I want to be able to take your children to the store, take them places, take them here and there, go out, play with them a little bit, kickball. I experience that sometimes. Go out, playing with kids, boom. That's the connection, man, between you're trying to build that connection with the child because you want to prove to the mother that I love you, I accept you, and I accept them. It's exception. Gotta accept everything that comes. I can't denounce them and not accept that. No, I can't do that. No, that's not do that. That's not godly. That's nowhere in this book that we read. Nowhere there. That's why you do come across certain men that tells me that I am not the same. That should tell the men that you are not the same. Where you have certain men that'll get with the woman, and next thing I'm conversating with the dude like, man, they ain't my kids. He said, I don't care, I just want to hit. Boom, boom. Look at the dude. That make me look at you in a certain form of fashion, like, wow, bro. What do you mean you just want to hit or you just want to do that and you're a sector, but you don't want nothing to do with the chick? Nah, you got, I don't care what with you. You got to stay away from it. Those type of mentalities is not good. Those type of mentalities is not godly. It's not godly. Now, the word, it said the love of thine espousals. You know what an espousal is? The word for espousals is kelulot. Kelulot means the love of thine betrothals, or espousals. Now, what is a betrothal? Betrothal is a mutual promise to be engaged to. You know what that? You know how they come about with the mutual promise? The father promise. I promise. Well, I'm the father. I promise my daughter to marry your son.
You mutually agree to it.
A mutual agreement.
I agree to this. Yeah.
A mutual agreement. Now today we need papers.
People don't stick to it.
Now today we gotta go to the government.
That's why it's contract.
Not today we gotta go get a written contract.
Go to the clerk.
Do I humbly take this little wealthy woman to be thy wife for love, for cherish, through thick and thin, It's a contract. It's an agreement. It's a vow.
It's a vow. It's an oath.
It's an oath.
They vow.
And when we violate this oath, you break the contract. You break the oath. You breach the contract. You breach the contract. Now, what is the contract? Now men go in the contract. You go into certain contract. Listen, yeah, I agree to take care of you. I agree to do this, this, and this, and this. I got you. Same thing with a woman. You go into contract too. You in contract and I ain't got no paperwork on you.
It's a mutual agreement.
It's a mutual agreement. That's all it is. Now, the word espousal, it also means engagement. Same thing, engagement or marriage, right? He said, the love of thine espousals, read.
When thou wentest after me in the wilderness, in the land that was not sown.
In the land that was not sown. There was no vegetation. There was no food. He said, man, y'all went after me.
Still came.
He said, y'all still came.
Yeah, I get what you mean. Y'all still came. Yeah.
Y'all still came and followed me
Nowhere.
in this dangerous terrain.
The land of nowhere.
Now, I say that to say this. That really showed love. That's love. When you are able to follow whatever you're following into the pit of hell, not caring what's the outcome,
You know it's not nice.
and you know it ain't nice, that's love, but you still continue to go because you still had a certain amount of belief and trust that whatever you're following is not gonna detour you or hurt you.
Whatever it is,
And that's what we had in God at that point in time. Read.
Israel was holiness unto the Lord.
At that point in time, God said Israel was holy. At that point in time, Israel was holy. Israel was accepted. Israel was separated. Read.
And the first fruits of his increase, all that devour him shall offend. Evil shall come upon
What verse
him.
what?
I'm at 4 now. Hear ye the word of the Lord, O house of Jacob, and all the families of the house of Israel. Thus saith the Lord.
Thus saith the Lord.
What iniquity have your fathers found in me, that they are gone far from me?
You said verse 4?
I'm at 5.
Oh, I'm sorry. 4. Hear ye the word of the Lord, house of Jacob, and all the families of the house of Israel. Thus saith the Lord. What iniquity have your fathers found in me? You know what the word for iniquity? It says awel. Awel means injustice. Injustice means violation of rights of others, of another. Unfairness. Which means what? That should be the only reason why you would detour away from God. Because guess what? And he also compared it to a man and a wife. You see how God put it? God put it in a certain situation so that the people can realize and understand it in a certain. He put it in a certain way so that you can understand it.
Because you know the love between
Right. Now, injustice is violation. Look, we all have rights. Even marriage couples have rights. The husband got rights and certain things that supposed to be done and held. And the wife got rights too. Not just the husband, the wife got rights too. And when we read the book, the God shows us what's the rights that a woman do have. What is required. They both have rights. And when those rights are not being violated, there is no reason for you to be going nowhere. We shouldn't have developed the mentality to leave off from God when our rights was not violated. When our rights was not violated with God, but we left off from God to serve idols and gods of wood and stone. Tom Shea, read.
What iniquity have your fathers found in me?
So what sin did you find in me?
That they are gone far from
you see how God said, I love it. He said, man, God looked at the children of Israel. He said, you serious? He said, you're going to really leave and go off to idols and deities? He said, what did you find in me so evil, that so bad, that you're going to leave off? You really look at me as that bad? You've been through, I delivered you, which means the people did not consider. The people did not consider the good that God did for them. Now God gonna reiterate this is the only way I can substantiate and agree with reiterating or bringing back up the good. Sometimes I gotta bring up the good that I did. So you must have forgot. You must have forgot. So I gotta remind you. Okay? And that's what God did with the nation. Go ahead, read.
And have walked after vanity and are become vain. Neither said they.
Walked after vanity. If it don't got nothing to do with God, it's vain. Okay. If it don't have nothing to do with God, it's vain. And those are the things that we pursued. Vanity is things that doesn't hold no meaning, holds no weight. Go ahead, read.
Neither said they, where is the Lord that brought us up out of the land of Egypt?
What verse is that?
6.
Okay, go ahead.
He said neither,
go back to 6.
Neither said they, where is the Lord that brought us up out of the land of Egypt? That led us through the wilderness.
Neither said they, where is the Lord that brought us up out the land of Egypt? They didn't realize, they didn't consider that this is the God that delivered us out the hands of the Egyptians. Go ahead, read. That led us through the wilderness.
Through a land of deserts. And of pits. Through a land of drought.
In the
shadow of death.
Through
a land that no man passed through.
Through a land that no man passed through or lived in. These people went through that land. And they took a chance because without God, they would have died. They would have been consumed. Because the Sinai Peninsula was inhabited by cold-blooded preachers. Desert area. And once there's foreigners or strange foreigners, who I'm calling foreigners, in an area that's not supposed to be inhabited, we're in the cold-blooded place where cold-blooded creatures inhabit. They smell your blood, and they're gonna come. Every cold-blooded creature that's in that Sinai Peninsula is coming towards you, and they're gonna consume you and rip you apart. We wasn't supposed to survive. We wasn't supposed to survive that rough terrain, that Sinai Peninsula, but God protected us and let us. Look, when they ran through there, no nation followed them through there. Ain't no nation following them through there. You ain't living.
He said, man, let them go, they're going to die.
They're going to die. And that's what they thought. They said, man, these people going to die. They went through it. What they went through? Oh, nah, I ain't going through there. Baby.
And I brought you into a plentiful country to eat the fruit thereof and the goodness thereof. But when ye entered, ye defiled my land.
But when ye entered, you defiled my land.
And made my heritage an abomination.
Okay, now. He said, when you entered, you defiled my land in the Hebrew. And it says, where in your heritage and set up. Samta Toeba. Set up abominations. You went into the land and you set up abominations all through the land of Jerusalem. Groves, altars, demons, sacrifices to devils. We did all that in the land and got dispersed and kicked out. Tamshi.
The priest said not, where is the Lord?
He said, man, all of y'all, he said, the whole nation done turned their backs on God. He said, man, the last ones that I thought would never turn their backs on God was the priests. And they didn't consider God. It came upon a time in history when they also turned away from God. He said, the priest said not. What?
Where is the Lord?
Where is the Lord?
And they that handle the law knew me not.
They that handle the law knew me not. Read.
The pastors also transgressed against me. And the prophets prophesied by Baal and walked after
the
things.
pastors also transgressed against me. And what?
And the prophets prophesied by Baal. And walked after things that do not profit. Wherefore I will plead with you, saith the Lord.
Wherefore I will plead with you, saith the Lord. We're dealing with a God that if you do care, I'm not going to just automatically disperse and write you off. This is all a part of being godly, man. And we need to realize certain things, man. If God cared enough not to automatically write the nation off. So guess what? In being godly, I'm not going to write you off automatically off the mishaps and the mistakes you did that you offend me by. I'm not going to write you off like that immediately. But guess what? You get written off real quick. Huh? You will get written. The person, see, it ain't a two-way street. It's not a two-way street. God didn't write us off when we offended him, when we wrote God off immediately. How we wrote God off? By turning away to the things that God hate and despise. If I have any amount, if I got that, any amount of love in you for that person, you're not going to write the person off that quick. Tamshi.
Wherefore I will yet plead with you, say the Lord.
I'm going to plead with you. Read.
And with your children's
I'm
children.
Plead with you. And if I plead with you, I'm going to plead with your children's children. Tamshi.
For pass over the isles of Chittim.
Pass over the isles of Chittim.
And see, and send unto Kedar, and consider diligently, and see if there be such a thing.
He said, pass over the isles of Chittim. Go into Kedar, go here, go there, and tell me if there was ever such a thing. Read.
Have the nation changed their gods?
Did ever a nation change their gods?
Which are yet no gods. Did the Philistines
ever change their gods? Did these nations ever change their gods? But we always change it. We jump from religion to religion, from God to God. Quick fast. But I have to say this. This is not a religion. Because religion is an Anglo-Saxon word, which is regulato, which means to hold you back from the truth. Religion holds you back from what is the truth. This is not a religion. This way of life, I call it, is a way of life that came from God. Tamshi.
But my people have changed their glory.
My people have changed their glory.
But that which doth not profit.
But that which does not profit. Read.
Be astonished O ye heavens, at this, and be horribly afraid. Be ye very desolate, saith the Lord. For my people have committed two evils.
My people have committed two evils.
They have forsaken me, the fountain of living waters.
They have forsaken, the people have committed two evils. They have forsaken me, the fountain of living waters. The fountain of living waters is God. The fountain of living waters is his laws, commandments, and statutes. To forsake means to abandon. To live without law. Tom, see?
And hew them out cisterns.
Hew them out cisterns.
Broken cisterns.
Broken cisterns.
That can hold no water.
That holds no water. I done went, got me a cistern. I pour the water in, and it don't hold the water. It don't hold the water. It goes right through. Tom, see?
Is Israel a servant?
Is Israel a servant?
Is he a homeborn slave?
Is he a homeborn slave?
Why is he spoiled?
Why is he spoiled?
The young lions roared upon him and yelled, and they made his land waste. His cities are burned without inhabitant. Also, the children of Noph and Tahpanhes have broken the
Noph and Tahpanhes were treasure cities.
Read. Hast thou not procured this unto thyself, in that thou hast forsaken the Lord thy God? When he
Hast thou not procured this to thyself? Did you even think or consider this? Did you even say it or reiterate it to yourself? See, we act off of we get too emotional. We get so emotional that it becomes a block. It blocks you from realization. It blocks you from certain things that you cannot see and won't allow you to see. He said, did you procure this to yourself? Read.
And now, what hast thou to do in the way of Egypt to drink the waters of Sihor? What hast thou to do in the way of Assyria to drink the waters of the river? Thine own wickedness shall correct thee.
Your own wickedness will correct you.
Thy backsliding shall reprove thee.
Your backsliding is going to reprove you.
Know therefore and see that it is an evil thing and bitter that thou hast forsaken the Lord thy God, and that my fear is not in thee, saith the Lord God of hosts.
He said, your own wickedness. My own wickedness and the things that I do that is against God is what God is going to use to correct me. Which means whatever that is brought upon me, I brought it upon myself. Whatever is brought upon you, you brought it upon yourselves by the works of your own hands, by the things that you did that is contrary to what God says. Tom Sheep, read.
Verse 20. For of old time I have broken thy yoke.
He said, for of old times I done broke your yoke. He said, I done freed you from the burden of slavery. From way back in Egypt, going back now. Right? Read.
And burst thy bands.
Burst your bands.
And thou saidest, I will not transgress.
Then after I freed you, you say, okay. He said, I'm gonna follow you, God. I'm gonna do your laws, oh God. Don't that remind you of the people today? You do something for them, you do this for them, you say, okay, I'm gonna follow you, man. Whatever you're doing must be right. And you're not looking at it as a belief in what you're just doing it because you want to satisfy the person. You don't really believe that this is the God. But I'm only living this way or doing this because of you feel that you have to repay this person. And the only way to repay him or to be here is to do this. No, that's the wrong reasons. Wrong reasons. Go ahead, read.
For of old time I have broken thy yoke.
For old time I broke thy yoke. Broke that bands.
And thou saidest, I will not transgress.
And you said, I will not transgress.
When upon every high hill and under every green tree thou wanderest playing the harlot.
When you went under every green tree and you wandered around and played the harlot. Now, zonah, it's two words. It means a harlot, and it also means to go astray. When we go astray from God, when we wander away from God, you have played the harlot. That's right, because that was the beginning of us giving God's praises to idols and deities and stocks of woods. And people set up watermelons. Set up an altar. Put a watermelon there.
Coconuts.
And start praying. What you say?
Coconuts.
coconuts and start praying to it. But why? Are you serious? That same watermelon that you done set up, I can split that watermelon in half and eat it. It ain't gonna be there no more. That's what you want to kneel down to? A watermelon? And why I said that is because in one of my studies this morning is because I read about that with certain cultures in certain nations. I don't remember the nation, right? But it was a culture in certain nations that they set up certain fruits and vegetables and stuff and put it as altars and they prayed to it.
What?
Yeah. And the altars that they have set up, sometimes people renew. They renew what they had there. Remove it and put fresh things there. That stuff that they had there before, don't eat it. That's called the food of the gods. That's called the dedicated foods to deities and idols. I don't want no parts of that. I don't want none of that. Read.
Yet I planted thee a noble vine.
Oh, wait a minute. You see what God said? He said, I planted thee a noble vine. In the beginning, when you was born, you was noble, you was holy, you was precious. Okay? A noble vine in the beginning. Read.
Holy, a right seed.
Holy, a right seed.
How then art thou turned into the degenerate?
How you get so evil? I never showed you this. Right. But you want me to answer that? It says the grain of evil seed was sown in the heart of man from the very beginning when Adam ate from the tree of knowledge of good and evil. Which means Adam knew both sides. He knew good and he knew evil. So guess what? We know both sides. We have good and evil in us. We have to come to choice or come to a decision whether we want to pursue righteousness or leave off from things that is right and pursue wickedness. Now, again, in pursuing righteousness, you're not going to be perfect. That don't mean you're going to be perfect. That don't mean you're a hypocrite. That don't mean you're setting a war over people's eyes. No, I don't mean none of that. That don't mean none of that. You know what it means? Yes, in pursuing righteousness. Yes, in pursuing the thing that God's pursuing perfection, you're going to mess up here and there. But it's up to you to acknowledge your mishaps and brush back up and don't repeat it. Don't repeat it. So we have to be on point with ourselves, more so than anybody else. Tom, she read.
For though thou wash thee with nitre, and thou take thee much soap, yet thine iniquity is marked before me, saith the Lord God.
Wow. You hear what God said? He said, when you think you clean and you wash yourself with nitre and think you don't wash away that iniquity, he said, that sin that you committed is still before my face. That sin that we committed is still before my face. Read.
How canst thou say, I am not polluted?
That word marked, that's a heavy word. That's a heavy word. That's something to look into. So I'm go ahead and read. Tom, what verse you at?
I'm at verse 22.
Verse
20. No, I'm at 23 now.
23. Go ahead, read.
How canst thou say I am not polluted?
He said, your iniquity is marked before my face. How you gonna say you ain't polluted? How you gonna say that you perfect? That you ain't did no wrong? Right? How you gonna say that when your sin is still before my face? Now the word for marked is niktam or katam. It means, he said, marked, meaning to be stained, to be defiled.
To be deeply stained.
Stained and defiled, right? Niktam.
Now I want to look it up in my dictionary because sometimes when you look it up on the internet, it don't be on point. So that's why I always refer to my book. All right, Neek. Oh, Katan. Oh, Katan, all right. Okay, so the word is Katan. The root word that I'm looking up is Katan. Kaf, Tau, Mem, Sophie. And Katan, Ketem, Katan, it means to be stained, to be soiled. You know when something is soiled, you don't get it out.
Wash it.
Look, I take my work clothes, go to work, I come home, I put it in the washing machine. Look, the stain that's in it doesn't come out. Which means when it's soiled and it's stained, which means it's in me. It's embedded in me, which means not everyone can change. Sometimes the evil that we have in us is soiled in us. It's embedded in us. It's deeply set within us to where you can't change. I ain't like that. Thank God. I know I ain't like that. I'm not like that. And I don't want God to look at me like that. To say, well, my iniquity is soiled within me, that there's no changing. Tom C.
How canst thou say I am not polluted? I have not.
And that's why he said, man, you're polluted. You're polluted. Go ahead, read.
I have not gone after Baalim. See thy way in the valley. Know what thou hast done. Thou art a swift dromedary traversing her ways.
He said, see that way in the valley. Recognize and realize what you've done.
Yourself.
He said, you're a what? Know what thou hast done. Thou art a swift dromedary traversing her ways. A swift dromedary is a young female camel that wanders in every direction. Once you find something or you think you have found something in some type of fault in one way, you drift off to another way, hoping to look for some type of difference. And then,
The word for traversing.
What?
The word for traversing. Traversing, means to twist.
Crisscross. To be entangled. You in every way. You get caught up in everything. Leave off from one way to here, then you leave off from here to there, you leave off from here to there. Now this is a soul with many information. With so much information that it ends up you ever had a chip in a computer and it holds too much information?
Right. You gotta get a new one.
You gotta get a new one.
It's filled up.
The chip can't be used no more.
64 gigs.
I said the chip can't be used no more.
All that memory card.
Because it's too much information, too many ways, and too many actions, too many ways of different cultures that you hold in you, and you guide your life in those ways. This is a person, this is a man, or this is a woman that cannot be dealt with. Can't deal with that type of people. Can't deal with a man like that. You can't deal with a woman like that neither. That's why when you come to learn who God is, I have to eject everything that I learned in my past, and you have to denounce everything that is in your past and come to realization that everything that I learned in my past was false, so that you can come to the Lord, come to God clear-minded. Tom C.
A wild ass used to the wilderness that snuff it up at the wind at her pleasure. In her occasion, who can turn her away?
Who can turn her away?
Right.
Nobody.
She's living wild.
She's living in the wild.
No
she snuffed whenever she sniffed and do whatever she pleased. Go ahead.
And all they that seek her will not weary themselves. In her month they shall find her. Withhold thy foot from being unshod.
Withhold means to refrain thy foot from being unshod. You know what unshod is? It means barefoot, uncovered. Refrain means stop being barefooted. That's what it means. Refrain thy foot from being uncovered. Okay? Without shoes.
And thy throat from thirst.
And thy throat from thirst.
But thou saidest, there is no hope. No, for I have loved strangers, and after them will I go. As the deep is ashamed when he is found, so is the house of Israel ashamed. They, their kings, their princes, their priests, and their prophets, saying to a stock, thou art my father, and to a stone, thou hast brought me forth. For they have turned their back unto me, and not their face. But in the time of their trouble, they will say, arise and save us. But where are thy gods that thou hast made thee?
You see what he said? He said, saying to a stock, thou art my father, and to a stone, thou brought me forth. But they have turned their backs unto me, and not their face. But in the time of their trouble, when you're in deep trouble, now you want to come back. Now you come into the realization that I ain't going to the stock. So let me go to God and say, oh God, please save me.
Squeezes on him.
Now the squeeze is on. Now you want to come back to God. Read, because deeply down inside you have realized that whatsoever this stock or this stone that you've been praying to is not God. Your spirit knows. Look, like I said, we have good in us. And you are able to detect when something is good or evil. Now, we have to detect it with the detection of God. Not according to what you think, but detect it and use the book to detect what is good and evil. Because sometimes we can detect it without using the book. And you may call something evil when it's not evil. I may call something good when it ain't good. I have to detect it with the outlook that God has set up. Read.
But where are thy gods that thou hast made thee? Let them arise. They can save thee in the time of thy trouble. For according to the number of thy cities are thy gods, O Judah.
Read.
Wherefore, I'm at 29.
Read. Wherefore will you plead with me?
Ye all have transgressed against me.
He said, why are you pleading with me? He said, all you do is transgressed against me, said God.
In vain have I smitten your children.
In vain I have smitten your children. I didn't want to do it. He didn't want to do it. He said, but I did it because of you. Read.
They received no correction.
They received no correction.
Your own sword had devoured your prophets, like a destroying lion. Oh,
your own sword had devoured your own prophets. We had prophets that we can go to inquire of God. We killed the prophets. We killed the priests. Now look at the position we at now.
None.
We don't have no prophets, no one to go to inquire of God, to inquire or find out the mind of what God is thinking. No type of direction. We don't have no sense of direction today, man. Our sense of direction was through the prophets and the priests. To where we don't know a certain way or a certain manner to go about. We can go to the prophet and say, inquire of God. Should I do this? Shouldn't do this? Is this person guilty? What this way? We don't have that no more. Go ahead, read.
In vain have I said, O generation, see ye the word of the Lord. Have I been a wilderness unto Israel, a land of darkness? Wherefore say my people, we are lords. We will come no more unto thee. Can a maid forget her ornaments?
Can a maid forget her ornaments?
Or a bride her attire?
Or a bride her attire?
Yet my people have forgotten me, days without number. Why trimmest thou thy way to seek love? Therefore hast thou also taught the wicked ones thy ways.
He said, why you trim your ways to seek love? Why? Which means there is something that we leave out to benefit yourself.
Right.
There is something that we left out to benefit ourselves. He said, why trimmest thou thy ways to seek love? Right? Go ahead.
Therefore, thou hast also taught the wicked ones thy ways. Also in thy skirts is found the blood of the souls of the poor innocents. I have not found it by secret search, but upon all these. Yet thou sayest, because I am innocent. Surely his anger shall turn from me. Behold, I will plead with thee because thou sayest.
He said, also in thy skirts is found the blood of the souls of the poor and innocents. I have not found it by secret search, but upon these. Yet, verse 35.
Yet thou sayest, because I am innocent. Surely his anger shall turn from me. Behold, I will plead with thee because thou sayest, I have not sinned. Why gaddest thou about so much to change thy way? Thou also shalt be ashamed of Egypt, as thou wast ashamed of Assyria. Yea, thou shalt go forth from him, and thine hands upon thine head. For the Lord hath rejected thy confidences, and thou shalt not prosper in them.
Go to Ecclesiasticus chapter 41. Ecclesiasticus in the Apocrypha.
Forty-one.
Ecclesiasticus chapter 41. Chapter 41.
O death, how bitter is the remembrance of thee to a man that liveth at rest in his possessions.
All right. He said, "O death."
How bitter.
Right? O death. Something that was not instituted by God. Something that God did not want for mankind. God did not want man. God did not create mankind to die.
That's correct.
God didn't create humans to die. He didn't create the animals to die. He didn't create the fishes and the birds to die. So now we have to go through something called evolution. This evolution, that's not this. Is that the same as dying and ooh? Is that the same? No, it's not the same. Right. So I forgot the word. We have to go through a process, right? We have to die now. Because why I say we have to die is
it's the course.
It's the course of life.
The course of life to die.
God gave man a command. God don't force you to do anything. So when he tells you and gave you a command not to eat from the tree of knowledge of good and evil, gave you a command, and leave it. Leave you alone to yourself to see if you are going to choose to eat from it or not.
Right.
So God gives you a choice.
Free will.
God wants you to do these laws of your own free will. Don't make it so that I have to remind you over and over, tell you this, tell you the other. And you're not doing it because you want to. So now the death got instituted in the world because we broke the commandment of God. He said, "Oh, death," right?
How bitter?
How bitter
is the remembrance of thee to a man that liveth at rest in his possession.
How bitter. Now, death is bitter to a man that lives in rest, lives in peace in his possession. He's enjoying what he has. I got 2-3 houses, 2-3 cars. I'm making millions and millions of dollars. You think that man want to die? No, he don't want to die. That. He want to enjoy his possession, his labor, what he worked for. That's why at the end of the day, after you're done working and you're retired, you can sit back and enjoy your possession. You can enjoy what you work for.
You work what you live for.
And you don't get all these things in time. It takes you get all this in time, in space and in time. You gotta work for it. Right? Go ahead, read. He said, "Oh death, how bitter is the remembrance of thee to a man that liveth at rest in his possession."
Unto the man that had nothing to vex
Unto
him,
the man that had nothing to vex him,
and that had prosperity in all things.
that has prosperity in all things.
Yea, unto him that is yet able to receive meat.
Mhm.
O death, acceptable is thy sentence unto the needy, and
He
unto
said,
him
death
who-
is only accepted to the poor and the needy, the ones that don't have nothing, the ones that's going through it, the ones that's suffering, that's bitter. They're gonna accept death quicker than the one that have a good life. They want to die. They're gonna pray for death. Read.
And unto him whose strength faileth.
And unto him whose strength faileth. Nah, man, Ty said, man, I'm ready to go. Strength faileth. He's sick. He messed up. He said, man, I'm ready to go. I don't want to live no more. I just want to go. And you ain't gonna understand that until you be put in that position. You probably ask yourself why. But you'll understand it when you're in that position. To where there's gonna come a time where you wish for death. You wish to just die. I want to go. Tom Sheep.
And that is now in the last age.
You're in your last age.
And is vexed with all things. And to him that despaired.
To him that despaired. Despaired means to lose hope or confidence. And had lost patience. They're ready to go. He said, man, when you're, see, that tell you right there, when a man is in his last age. When the last age meaning his last days.
Last days.
Right? Go ahead, read.
Fear not the sentence of death.
He said, don't fear the sentence of death. Read.
Remember them that had been before thee.
Remember the people that was here before you.
And that come after.
And that comes after.
But this is the sentence of the Lord over all flesh.
This is the sentence of God over all flesh. We have to die. So there's going to come a time when each and every one of us must die. That's why it's very important that we live our life according to what God says. According to what God said is good. According to his laws. So that we be able to accept it more. Tom C.
And why art thou against the pleasure of the Most High? There is no inquisition in the grave.
There's no inquisition in the grave. What verse you at?
Verse 4.
Verse 4.
Whether thou hast lived 10 or 100 or 1,000 years.
Whether you live 10, 100, or 1,000 years. Read.
The children of sinners are abominable.
The children of sinners are abominable.
That sounds automatic.
It's automatic. I'm a sinner. If you're a sinner and you had children, your children becomes detestable by God. The only way the children can stop that from becoming detestable in the eyes of God, they have to walk upright. They have to walk upright before God so that the sins of the fathers don't bear down on their children.
Being passed on.
Don't get passed on from generation to generation to generation. You got to break that cycle. He said the children of sinners are abominable. Read.
And they that are conversant in the dwelling of the ungodly. The inheritance of sinners' children shall perish.
The inheritance of sinners' children shall perish. The inheritance, the inheritance also is the profit. The profit, or what you get from sinning, my children is gonna what?
Shall perish.
It's gonna perish. It's gonna bring it's gonna cause my children to perish. Because God said what? It goes back to Exodus 20. He said, remembering the sins of the fathers upon the children to the third and fourth generation of them that hate me, which means the hatred continued on. The fathers hated God, Their children's children hated God. Their children hated God. And that's why God was able to visit the father's sins upon the sons, and the son's sins upon the son's sons, and the son's sins upon the son's sins. Because nobody repaired the breach. Nobody considered and come to terms with themselves and ask themselves, what am I doing? No one asked themselves, what am I doing? No one corrected themselves and said, what am I doing? I am violating the laws and the commandments and statutes of God. And by me violating these laws, commandments, and statutes of God, my children become detestable, become hated, because they're not following God. Go ahead, read.
And their prosperity shall have a perpetual reproach. The children, verse 7, the children will complain of an ungodly father.
The children shall complain of an ungodly father. The children ain't complaining right now about an ungodly father. That's not now. That's not now. Go ahead, read.
Because they shall be reproached for his sake.
Because the children is going to reproach for his sake. Read.
Woe be unto you, ungodly men, which have forsaken the law of the Most High God.
Woe! Woe be unto you, ungodly men. Because what?
Which have forsaken the law of the Most High God.
You see what makes you ungodly? You see what makes you ungodly? When you forsake and abandon the laws and the commandments of God. That's how you become ungodly. You have ungodly men and you have ungodly women. You forsake God, you are ungodly. Read.
Forsaking the law of the Most High, for if ye increase, it shall be to your destruction.
If you increase, it shall be to your destruction. Don't look at a person's possession and think they're living right. I got 2-3 houses. I'm in the NBA. I'm a millionaire now, become a billionaire, but they don't know who God is. God is giving these people their possession, and they're increasing them now because their latter end is not going to be good. Their latter end is not going to be good. So which one you rather? Succeed now in life and be destined to the pit, or switch it around. Go through it now and you succeed towards your latter end. Tom sheet.
And if ye be born, you shall be born to a curse.
If you be born, you be born to a curse.
And if ye die, a curse shall be your portion. All that are of the earth shall turn to earth again. So the ungodly shall go from a curse to destruction.
All that are of the earth shall turn to earth again. That's where we go. When we die, we return back to the earth where we came from. Right? And what?
So the ungodly shall go from a curse to destruction.
To destruction. When is the destruction? Not now. They go from being cursed, which is the ungodly. The ungodly is cursed now. And then from being cursed, you go to an utter destruction. Think. It behooves you to take heed to these laws and live your life according to what God says, so you don't become from a curse to utter destruction. Tom sheet.
The mourning of men is about their bodies.
The mourning of men is about their bodies.
But an ill name of sinners shall be blotted out.
But an ill name of sinners shall be blotted out. No, the ill name of sinners is blotted out. Abraham's name was not an ill name. He wasn't a sinner, but his name still lives on. And everybody still, you ask anybody, the church, everybody know about Father Abraham. Everybody know about King David. Everybody knows about King Solomon. Moses, those are great men. Tom sheet.
Have regard to thy name.
Have regard to thy name. which means don't do things in life to bring dirt upon your name.
Right.
Men and women can do things in their life at a certain point in time in life that will bring dirt upon your name, which would cause other people to look at you and say, oh, nah, I don't want you with that girl. Nah, she's been with so many men. She got a reputation. Oh, no, I don't want you with that guy. He got a reputation, man. All he want to do is just screw around and mess around with her. He don't take care of none of his kids. You can do things that will bring an ill name upon yourself.
That's right.
And I heard women say this too. She said, well, you doing you, so I'm just gonna go and do me. No, that's not the right way to go about it. You're just gonna be used and abused. Like he's being used and abused. You think the men don't abuse themselves? You think the man don't abuse themselves? Yes. So you don't fight right. You don't fight wrong with wrong. You don't fight wrong with wrong. Time sheet.
Verse 13.
13.
A good life hath but few days.
A good life hath but a few days.
But a good name endureth forever.
But a good name lives on. Read.
My children, discipline in
keep discipline in peace.
For wisdom that is hid, and a treasure that is not seen. What profit is in them both?
That's right. What is the profit in hiding your wisdom? What is the profit in a treasure that is not seen? There's no profit in that. Read.
A man that hideth his foolishness is better than a man that hideth his wisdom. Therefore be shamefaced according to my word, for it is not good to retain all shame.
Now, there are certain things that we need to be ashamed about. Okay? Go ahead, read. We're going to read the first one. He said, be ashamed of what?
Of whoredom before thy father and mother.
Be ashamed of being of whoredom before father and mother. Read.
And of a lie before a prince and a mighty man.
And of a lie, to lie before a prince and a mighty man, to lie before a judge, to lie before a person or people with some type of standards, or authority, right? Time sheet.
Of an offense before a judge and ruler.
Of an offense before a judge and a ruler. Read.
Of iniquity before a congregation and people.
Of iniquity before a congregation and people. The whole congregation in the camp know of what you did. Now it's time to go now. Everybody's looking at me in a certain type of way. I don't want to be here no more. I'm gone. You want to leave. Time sheet.
Of unjust dealing before thy partner and friend.
Unjust dealings before a partner and a friend. The dealing was not right.
They set each other up there.
The dealing wasn't right. The deal wasn't right. It was some type of unjustness going on in that deal.
And of theft in regard of the place where thou sojournest.
Sojourn. Oh, that's the sojourner is not living there. I'm just passing through. Now I'm gonna pass through your house, pass through your place, and I stole.
And in regard of the truth of God and his covenant.
Don't be ashamed of the truth of God to converse or to speak on the truth of God and his covenant.
And to lean with thine elbow upon the meat. And of scorning to give and take.
And of scorning to give and take. Read.
And of silence before them that salute thee.
And of silence before them that salute thee. Shalom, brother. Shalom, so-and-so. The person heard you say shalom or hello, and he ignored that you said, ignores you, and he'll keep walking. He said, be ashamed to do certain things. Do that. Read.
And to look upon a harlot.
And to look upon a harlot. And it said, be ashamed to look upon a whore. Be ashamed to look upon a harlot. Right. And that's a problem that That's a problem that men in general have to correct with themselves. A woman passed through, the first thing you do is break your neck. And sometimes you do it automatically or for instincts, without thinking. Sometimes, look, I catch myself because I just started working on that, man. I'm the type to do it. Something looks good, I turn around and look. But the book said be ashamed to do that. So sometimes I turn around and look and I catch myself. And sometimes I'm aware.
You don't turn.
Sometimes I become aware of myself and I don't turn. So there is some point in times when I turn, and there is some point in times when I'm aware of myself and I'm conscious of myself, and I don't turn, I keep it pushing. So that's just a part of ruling your spirit and keeping yourself in the way that God wants us to be. He said, be ashamed to look upon the harlot.
And to turn away thy face from thy kinsman.
To turn away thy face from a kinsman. You know what's your kinsman? The kinsman is deeper than your neighbor. That's family. That's relatives. Your relatives, your friend, your brother, your sister come for help and you don't help them. He said, be ashamed to turn away your face from your kinsman. Read.
Or to take away a portion or a gift.
To take away a portion or a gift. I done gave you a gift and I took it away. He said, be ashamed to do that. He said, or to gaze upon another man's wife. Yeah, you all up in the man's wife's face. The woman is married. You all up in her face. He said, be ashamed to do that. Read.
Or to be over busy with his maid.
Or to be over busy with his maid. You're doing too much now. This is the man's woman, and you're doing a little too much with this man's woman. Too busy with her. He said, what?
And come not near her bed.
Don't come near her bed.
Or of upbraiding speeches before friends.
Upbraiding speeches before friends. To upbraid means to criticize. Right? Go ahead, read.
And after thou hast given, upbraid not.
He said, after you gave, don't upbraid. Don't talk about it. If you're going to give it to me. Don't give me and then talk about it when you give me. Then it's not like you didn't do it of your own free will. I don't want it now. If you're going to talk about it, read.
Or of iterating and speaking again that which thou hast heard.
Or of iterating and speaking again that which thou hast heard. You heard something or someone told you and confide. I didn't have to tell you don't say nothing. I didn't have to tell you don't speak about this. I came to you and I confided in you and I spoke to you about certain things. Next thing, you get a toot. You know what a toot is? An attitude. Or you get angry. And then we become, guess what? We act off the emotions. And you start repeating and reiterating everything that I done told you. That person you got to hold your mouth with. You can't tell that person anything. No. Because you're going to hear it again. He said, be ashamed of that. And of revealing of secrets. So shalt thou truly be shamefaced and find favor before all men. Let's go to Judges chapter 14. Let's go to Judges. That's in the Bible. We're not in the Apocrypha. We're getting out the Apocrypha and we're going to the Bible, into Judges. Judges is right after Joshua. Right after Joshua. Like Deuteronomy, then Joshua, and then you have Judges. So we're going to go into Judges chapter 14. Yeah,
Judges chapter 14. And Samson went down to Timnath and saw a woman in Timnath of the daughters of the Philistines.
Okay. Samson went down to Timnath, saw who? A daughter of the Philistines. This is the same Samson with the 7 locks that when the Spirit of God came upon him, he became unusually strong. Super strength. And this was history that really happened. There was a man named Samson. There was a woman named Delilah. The name Delilah, when you look it up, it means to weaken. She weakened Samson. Tamshi.
And he came up and told his father and his mother and said, I have seen a woman in Timnath of the daughters of the Philistines. Now therefore get her for me to wife.
Which is the custom of the East.
He said, "Let do
it." Samson seen a woman, a Philistine woman, saw her. He wanted her to be his wife. Went to his father, told his father, listen, I want this woman to be my wife. He wants his father to go to the Philistine girl, go to their parents and do the connection. Okay? Right? Now, he said, then his father and his mother said unto him, is there never a woman among the daughters of thy brethren, or among all my people, that thou goest to take a wife of the uncircumcised Philistines? That's what his father told him. He said, there's women of your own kind. Why do you desire this woman from another nation? Why? But Manoah, who is Samson's father, did not know that this was of God. Samson was the deliverer, was the man that delivered the children of Israel out the hands of the Philistines. He was the deliverer. So God used him to deliver the children of Israel out of the hand of the Philistines. And by him desiring this Philistine woman, it was of God. It said, and Samson said unto his father, get her for me, for she pleased me well. She pleased him well just by him looking at her. He didn't have no dealings with the woman yet. And when a woman pleases you well, you go out of your way. Man, listen, I didn't realize that until in my older age. You can't stop it. The man just keep pushing and trying. Keep pushing and trying. Keep pushing and trying, man. This woman pleased me. There was something that Samson saw in this woman that he liked, and it made him happy. It was a delight. And that's when the man knows, well, now, this is it. This woman is for me, man. Because it's a certain pleasing, or it's something that the man feels in him that he knows for sure that, man. Look what the man went through, man. The man went through hell. Hell and back to get this woman. Went through hell and back. So go ahead, read. Oh, I'm sorry, man. It said it pleased him well. He said, but, right? But his father and his mother knew not that it was of the Lord that he sought an occasion against the Philistines. It was because of God why he sought an occasion against the Philistines. Right? He said, for at that time the Philistines had dominion over Israel. Then went Samson down, and his father and his mother, to Timnath, and came to the vineyards of Timnath, and behold, a young lion roared against them. So now during Timnath, a lion goes and roars against them. And the Spirit of God came mightily upon him, and he rent him. Rent him means to rip. Spirit of God came on Samson, and he went to the lion and ripped him in pieces. Ripped him in pieces. Right? And he went down and talked with the woman, and she pleased him well. And after a time, he returned to her, and he turned aside to see the carcass of the lion. After he ripped the lion and had ripped him in pieces, he went back to look at the lion, and behold, there was a swarm of bees and honey in the carcass of the lion. Now, the carcass of a lion, the lion is an unclean beast, but it didn't make the honey that was in the carcass of the lion unclean. He said, and he took thereof in his hand and went on eating. The man went in the carcass of the lion and ate some of the honey, came to his father and mother, and he gave them, and they did eat. but he told not them that he had taken the honey out of the carcass of the lion. So now the guy makes a riddle of what just happened. He makes a riddle of that lion and the honey. So his father went down unto the woman. Samson made their feast, for so used to young men to do. So now, I want this woman to be my wife. So we went down, made the connection. So they made a feast. They made a feast, a little banquet, right? And it came to pass when they saw him that they brought 30 companions to be with him. Samson said unto them, I will now put forth a riddle unto you. If you can certainly declare me within the 7 days of the feast and find it out, then I will give you 30 sheets and 30 change of garments. But if you cannot declare unto me, then shall you give me 30 sheets and 30 change of garments. And they said unto him, put forth the riddle, that we may hear it. And he said unto them, out of the eater came forth meat, and out of the strong came forth sweet. And they could not in 3 days expound the riddle. He came up with that riddle from when he killed that lion, and that honey came out of it. And it came to pass on the 7th day that they said unto Samson's wife, entice thy husband that he may declare unto us the riddle, lest we burn thee and thy father's house with fire. He said, listen, entice. Tell your husband, get your husband to tell you the form of the riddle. If you don't tell him, get him to tell you the form of the riddle, we're going to burn you. We're going to burn your family. We're going to burn everything in your house. We're going to kill you. So now look where she goes now. Right? He said, have you called us to take that we have? Is it not so? Now remember now, this was of God. Why? This is the reason why Samson turned towards this Philistine woman, because why he sought an occasion against the Philistines, because he's supposed to be delivering the children of Israel out of the Philistines, out of the hands of the Philistines. So now look what happened. And Samson's wife wept before him and said, thou dost but hate me and lovest me not. Now you have negative and positive in that same message, which means if you love your husband or if you love your wife, you don't hide nothing from them. And you don't hide nothing from me. We open with each other with certain things, with everything. So whatever goes down with the man or the woman, we're open with them according to what go on, because you want to let them know, and in return she does the same to you, right? It said, and thou hast put forth a riddle unto the children of my people, and hast not told it me. She said, man, you hate me, because why are you going to put forth a riddle before my people and don't tell me? I'm supposed to be your wife, right? So why you didn't tell me? Why you kept me out? Now look what Samson tells her. It said, he said unto her, behold, I have not told it my father nor my mother. He said, woman, are you crazy? He said, man, listen, I hate you. I don't hate you. He said, listen, I ain't tell my father and my mother. But I'm going to tell you. Which means what? The parents come first. The parents come before you. I ain't tell my father or my mother, and you want me to tell you? But sometimes women use game. That's called game. That's called game. High level game to put guilt on you. Yeah. Make you feel guilty. Well, you right, baby. You right. I don't hate you. I don't hate you. All right, here's the riddle. Man, go ahead, man. Chill out, man. Chill out. Chill out. He said, what? And shall I tell thee? He said, I ain't tell my mother or my father. You want me to tell you? But the woman didn't give up. She kept pushing and kept her foot on the gas. She said she wept, and she wept before him 7 days. She's in the man's ears for 7 days, bothering him every day to tell her the secret of that riddle. He said, while that feast lasted, the whole time of the feast. And it came to pass on the 7th day that he told her, because she laid sore upon him. Sometimes the man got tired. The man will get tired and say, oh, I'm tired. Whether they tell you or no. Whether they will tell you in certain circumstances or whether they get tired and say, listen, I'm tired of being stressed out and vexed. Get away from me. Or whether they separate themselves and will
get away from me.
Will not that, but will sacrifice their emotions and their love to get away from you. You don't want that to get to that point. Right? He said what? And that's what he did. He got tired. He ended up telling her the riddle. Right? Because she laid sore upon him, and she told the riddle to the children of her people. Now, after he told her, she goes and tells to the people, to her nation. It said, and the men of the city said unto him on the seventh day, before the sun went down. Before the sun went down. He said, what is sweeter than honey? What is sweeter than honey? And what is stronger than the lion? And he said unto them, if ye have not plowed with my heifer, ye have not found out many men. If you ain't more around messing around with my woman, you would have never knew. That's the only one I told. So now you went snooping around my woman, and she told you. It said the Spirit of the Lord came upon him, and he went down to Ashkelon and slew 30 men of them, took their spoil, and gave change of garments unto them, which expounded the riddle, and his anger was kindled, and he went up to his father's house. But Samson's wife was given to his companion, whom he had used as his friend. So the Spirit of God came upon him. He slayed 30 men, took 30 change of garments, and gave it to him.
Yeah, man. He's
Tight.
They would have never known.
Never known.
They wasn't supposed to know.
They wasn't supposed to know. They wasn't going to know that.
That's why he had to go through that.
He said, but it came to pass within a while after, in the time of wheat harvest, that Samson visited his wife with a kid. And he said, I will go into my wife into the chamber. But her father will not suffer him to go. So when he go to see his wife, the father is right there by the tent door, by the chambers. He said, no, you can't come in here. You can't come here, man. Father stopped him. He said, and her father said, I verily thought that thou hadst utterly hated her, which means that denotes, and that shows hatred towards your wife when you disappear for such a long period of time. Yeah. And the father said, man, I thought you hated her, man. Man, you gone for how long? You don't come back, you don't this, and the other. So look what Samson said. He said, I thought you hated her. Therefore I gave her to thy companion. Is not a younger sister fairer than she? Take her, I pray thee, instead of her. He said, what? He said, listen, take her sister. Samson looked at him like he was a fool. He said, man, take her sister. He said, I don't want her sister. I'm not going to take her sister. I was already married to your daughter. He said, Samson said, concerning them, now shall I be more blameless than the Philistines, though I do them a displeasure. And Samson went and caught 300 foxes and took firebrands. Now that's hell to catch them foxes. You know what he had to go through to catch them foxes?
It takes 100 party to catch one
One.
fox.
But the rulership that these men had today, it probably was. We seen it. We think it was hard. Probably wasn't even hard. They had little antics and ways how to catch. Look, they knew how to catch them. They caught 300 foxes, set up or put something on their tail, lit it on fire, let them go in the field, right? And put a firebrand in the midst of their tails, between their two tails. And when he had set the brands on the fire, he let them go into the standing corn of the Philistines and burnt up both the shocks and also the standing corn with the vineyard and olives, let loose the whole 300 foxes. They running around wild. And while they running around wild, they got fire on their tail. The tail's wagging all over the place, lighting it up all over the place. Right? He said, then the Philistines said, who had done this? And they answered, Samson, the son-in-law of the Timnite, because he had taken his wife and given her to his companion. And the Philistines came up and burnt her and her father with fire. Which means what? He said, man, it was your cause. Why all this happened? He said, man, I'm killing all of you. Everybody died. The father died. The daughter died. And then he burnt everybody up. It said, Samson said unto them, though ye have done this, yet will I be avenged of you. And after that I will cease. And he smote them hip and thigh with a great slaughter, and went down and dwelt in the top of the rock Etam. And the Philistines went up and pitched in Judah and spread themselves in Lehi. And the men of Judah said, why are ye come up against us? And they answered, to bind Samson are we come up, to do to him as he hath done to us. Then 3,000 men of Judah went to the top of the rock Etam, and said to Samson, knowest thou not that the Philistines are rulers? His own people went. He said, man, what are you doing? He said, man, you're going to cause problems, man. You don't know that the Philistines is over us right now? So they went to go bind him. He said, man, listen, we're ready to give you in, turn you in. He said, what is this that thou hast done unto us? And he said unto him, as they did unto me, so have I done unto them. And they said unto him, we are come down to bind thee, that we may deliver thee into the hand of the Philistines. And Samson said unto them, swear unto me that you will not fall upon me yourselves. And they spake unto him, saying, no, but we will bind thee fast and deliver thee into their hands, but surely we will not kill thee. And they bound him with two new cords, and brought him up from the rock. And when he came unto Lehi, the Philistines shouted against him. And the Spirit of the Lord came mightily upon him, and the cords that were upon his arm became as flax that was burnt with fire, and his bands loosed from off his hands. And he found a new jawbone of an ass, and put forth his hand and took it, and slew 1,000 men therewith. And Samson said, with the jawbone of an ass, heaps upon heaps. With the jaw of an ass have I slain 1,000 men. And it came to pass, when he had made an end of speaking, that he cast away the jawbone out of his hand, and called that place Ramoth Lehi. And he was a sore thirst, and called on the Lord, and said, thou hast given this great deliverance into the hand of thy servants, and now shall I die of thirst, and fall into the hand of the circumcised. But God clave an hollow place that was in the jaw, and there came out of it water. Good, chapter 16. Then with Samson
in Gaza, and saw there an harlot, and went in unto her. And it was told the Gazites, saying, is Samson is come thither. And they compassed him in, and laid wait for him all night in the gate of the city. And they were quiet all the night, saying, in the morning, when it is day, we shall kill him. And Samson lay till midnight, and arose at midnight, and took the doors of the gate of the city.
The gates of the city was heavy. The gates of the city are gates that surround the whole city. He was able to lift those whole city gates and walk away with it. Go ahead, read.
And the two posts, and went away with them, bar and all. And he put them upon his shoulders, and carried them up to the top of a hill that is before Hebron. And it came to pass afterward that he loved a woman in the valley of Sorek, whose name was Delilah. And
that's the one that did him in.
And the lords of the Philistines came up unto her, and said unto her, entice him, and see wherein his great strength lieth.
See, they knew this wasn't.
This was not ordinary, man.
This ain't ordinary.
What's the source of this?
Where's his strength coming from? Where his strength lies at? Where's his strength coming from? So now, again, in the beginning, it already stated the reason why he was such lean towards the woman, the Philistine woman.
Right.
Why? Because it was an occasion. Right. It was an occasion that from God, because he, in return, he was just wiping them out. He was hitting the Philistines up.
Using the attraction.
That's right. Right. So now it's Delilah now. Go ahead, read.
And by what means we may prevail against him, that we may bind him to afflict him, and we will give thee, every one of us, 1,100 pieces of silver. And Delilah said to Samson, tell me, I pray thee, wherein thy great strength lieth, and wherewith thou mightest be bound to afflict thee. And Samson said unto her, if they bind me with 7 green whips that will never dry, then shall I be weak and be as another man.
You see what he told me? He said, all right. He said, if they bind me with 7 green whips, he said, then what? I'll be weakened
and I'll be as another
and
man.
I'll be as another man. Read.
Then the lords of the Philistines brought up to her 7 green whips which had not been dried, and she bound him with them. Now there were men
tied him up. Read.
There were men lying in wait, abiding with her in the chamber. And she said unto him, the Philistines be upon us, Samson. And he brake the whips as a thread of tow is broken when it toucheth the fire. So his strength was not known.
Right, that alone, right then and there, that would have caused me to look at you. I'm done.
Back door.
I just told you to see what was going to be your reaction. And I told you, and you did the same thing that I told you to see if it was going to work. Oh, I'm gone. I'm gone. But this was of God. Tom, see?
And Delilah said unto Samson, behold, thou hast mocked me and told me lies. Now tell me, I pray thee.
You see what a mock is? You lie, you mock the person. To mock means to make a joke of, to jest or to make a joke of. Read.
Now tell me, I pray thee, wherewith thou mightest be bound. And he said unto her, if they bind me fast with new ropes that will never occupy, then shall I be weak and be as another man. Delilah therefore took new ropes and bound him therewith and said unto him, the Philistines be upon thee, Samson. And there were liars in wait, abiding in the chamber.
Abiding in the chamber. They hiding inside the room. Hiding, waiting for this thing to happen. And then when she said, the Philistines be upon thee, he broke out of it. His strength didn't leave. They just waiting for his strength to leave. When his strength leave and he become weak, then they're gonna jump him and bind him and tie him up and get him and bring him into their house. Read.
Delilah said unto Samson, hitherto thou hast mocked me and told me lies. Tell me therewith, wherewith thou mightest be bound. And he said unto her, thou weavest the 7 locks of my head with the web. And she fastened it with a pin and said unto him, the Philistines be upon thee, Samson. And he awaked out of his sleep.
Now you see why her name was called Delilah. Delilah meaning to weaken. She weakened him. Tom, see?
And went away with the pin of the beam and with the web. And she said unto him, how canst thou say I love thee when thine heart is not with me? Thou hast mocked me these 3 times, and hast not told me wherein thy great strength lieth. And it came to pass when she pressed him daily with her words, and urged him, so that his soul was vexed unto death, that he told her all his heart, and said unto her,
told her the truth now.
There had not come a razor upon mine head, but I have been a Nazarite unto God from my mother's womb. If I be shaven, then my strength will go from me, and I shall become very weak, and be like any other man. And when Delilah saw that he had told her all his heart, she sent and called for the lords of the Philistines, saying, come up.
She's able to perceive and know that when she's being told the truth, like, man, this guy, that he really telling me now.
Yeah, this is it.
This is it right here. Go ahead, read.
Come up this once, for he has showed me all his heart.
Come up this once, because he really told me all his heart now. This is the truth.
Then the lords of the Philistines came up unto her and brought money in their hand. And she made him sleep upon her knees.
Put him upon his knees. His hands on her knees and her lap.
And she called for a man.
Called for a man.
And she caused him to shave off the 7 locks of his head.
She called for a man to cause him to shave off all the locks of his head. Read.
And she began to afflict him.
She began to afflict him.
And his strength went from him.
His strength went from him. Tom, she.
And she said.
She afflicted him. She herself afflicted him. Which means her heart wasn't with you. She was put with you to weaken you, to destroy you. Go ahead, read. Which means certain women we ain't supposed to be with. Certain woman is put with you to destroy you and weaken you with God. And then you realize certain things that you're doing because you want to please this woman, but the things that you're doing to please her,
That's it.
you're sinning and you're transgressing against God. Tamshi.
And she said, the Philistines be upon thee, Samson. And he awoke out of his sleep and said, I will go out as other times before and shake myself. But he wished not that the Lord was departed.
He didn't perceive that God depart from him. He didn't perceive that God has departed from him, Tamshi.
But the Philistines took him.
The Philistines took him and blinded him.
And put out his eyes and brought him down to Gaza.
Brought him down to Gaza.
And bound him with fetters of brass. And he did grind in the prison house.
They put him to work. They blind him and put him to work in the prison house. Tamshi.
Howbeit the hair of his head began to grow again after he was shaven. Then the lords of the Philistines gathered from together for to offer a great sacrifice unto the deity their God. And to
that
rejoice.
Word, Dagon, D-A-G-O-N, it's a fish god. Tamshi.
Well, they say, our God had delivered Samson, our enemy, into our hand. And when the people saw him, they praised their God. For they said, our God had delivered into our hands our enemy, and the destroyer of our country, which slew many of us. And it came to pass, when their hearts were merry, that they said, call for Samson, that he may make us sport. And they called for Samson out of the prison house, and he made them sport. And
sport, meaning make them a laughter. They want to joke on him. They want to laugh at him. They want to make wreck on him, right?
So they set him between the pillars.
The pillars was set, the house was set upon these two pillars that they put him on. You remove the pillars, the house gonna crumble. And that's where they put him at, on those pillars. Read.
And they set him between the pillars. And Samson said unto the lad that held him by the hand, suffer me that I may feel the pillars whereupon the house standeth, that I may lean upon them.
They not thinking that he could push them pillars. He ain't got his strength no more. But he still had his trust in God. He said, all right, I'm gonna get these people. He said, set me and put me upon the pillars of the house where the house standeth on. Right? So I may lean upon them. Read verse 27.
Now the house was full of men and women, and all the lords of the Philistines were there. And there were upon the roof about 3,000 men and women that beheld while Samson made sport. Samson called unto the Lord and said, O Lord God, remember me, I pray thee. He
said, oh Lord God, he said, remember me.
I pray thee.
He said, remember me. You just don't forget me, man. Remember me.
And strengthen me.
He said, strengthen me, I pray thee.
Only this once, oh God.
Just this one time, oh Lord. Just give me my strength. Just one more time, read.
That I may be at once avenged of the Philistines.
That I may be avenged of the Philistines for my 2 eyes. Man, you dudes done blinded me. Please give me the strength so I can avenge myself of the Philistines because they took my eyes. You saw that? You saw the movie, it reminded me of that movie. What's that? Eddie Murphy movie. And what's that? What's the name of that movie? When Retribution.
Oh.
When what's the name of that movie? Well, anyway, it was a dog, right? And Retribution beat the dog up. The dog lost his legs. The dog went to Eddie Murphy and said, man, she took my legs, man. She took my legs. They blinded this man, took his eyes and put him to work. How you gonna blind him and then put him to work? He can't see what he's doing. They was making sport. They was making a joke out of a mockery. Read.
And Samson called unto the Lord God and said, O Lord God, remember me, I pray thee.
Remember me, I pray thee, and strengthen me.
Only this once, O God, that I may be at once avenged of the Philistines for my 2 eyes. And Samson took hold of the 2 middle pillars upon which the house stood, and on which it was borne up, of the one with his right hand and of the other with his left.
He's between the 2 pillars. He got both of his hands on the 2 pillars that the house is sitting on. Read.
And Samson said, let me die with the Philistines.
Oh God, he said, let me die with these people.
And he bowed himself with all his might. And the house fell upon
the lords.
And upon all the people
that was therein.
So the dead which he slew at his death were more than which he slew in his life. Then his brethren and all the house of his father came down and took him and brought him up and buried him between Zorah and Eshtaol in the burying place of Manoah, his father, and he judged Israel 20 years.
His family came back to get that body. He said, man, we gotta go get him. Went through all that rubble, got Samson up out of there, and buried him. And with that, I already got what was bought, and I'm gonna say Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom to God.
And I'm gonna call up the next speaker, teacher lead, Chief Mikhail.
Giving all praises to the God of Abraham, God of Isaac, God of Jacob. Giving all due respect to my father, my teacher, and the leader, Chief Eleazar, and Dono. Giving all due respect to the prince men, mothers and sisters, chief men. I bid you out of the tongue of our house of our forefathers, Shabbat Shalom.
Shalom.
Yeah. Okay, we're gonna move ahead. We're gonna go to the book of the law. Leviticus chapter 18. Leviticus chapter 18. Okay, Leviticus chapter 18. It says, and the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, speak unto the children of Israel, and say unto them, I am the Lord your God. The identification. Remember, these people were in Egypt, bowing down to all types of deities in Egypt. Egypt don't have one deity. They don't have one image or one idol. They had thousands of idols. Thousands of them. Each idol had a different purpose. They're coming from out of there. So Most High is constantly telling them, he said, before he even starts telling them stuff, he said, hey, I am the Lord, your God. I'm your God. Never mind the stuff you was taught. Never mind where you came from. Never mind what you see around you. People talking about what their God, I don't know. All right, cool. I'm your God. Now, therefore, if the Most High is your God, he said, after the doings of the land of Egypt, the doings or the practices of the people of Egypt, the practices is how they lived, what they believed in, what they celebrated, the days they gathered, their purpose, how they dressed, how they did everything. Those are their ordinances, the manners of the people, the doings of the land of Egypt, wherein ye dwelt, shall ye not do. God said, do not, how they lived in Egypt and how you lived when you was in Egypt, you gotta leave all that alone. You gotta leave that alone. You gotta forget that. You gotta drop it. That's what God told me. God said, drop it. Because there's ways that they live in Egypt and there's practices that are abominable to God. Okay? So he said, look, but that's all they know. All the practices that they know is of Egypt. Remember that. They don't know the Most High. They don't know of God and his commandments. And they didn't get that yet. They know Egyptian culture. They know about the Ankh. Okay? Now, and I understand, and I see why a lot of Israelites today can't leave that symbol alone. They had a hard time leaving that stuff alone. But you wasn't in Egypt, so you shouldn't have a problem leaving that stuff alone. They lived in there and they grew. That's like here today in America. People have been here for what, 400 years now? A little bit over, right? About the same amount of time coming out of Egypt, right? Only thing is, slavery stopped here. There's no home to go to. Here's home. That was the only difference. But the same rules apply. Same rules apply. The ordinance of these people and how they get down, we cannot keep going on and you gotta drop it. He said, wherein ye dwell, you live there. Where you was living. Okay, you're not there no more now. And I'm the Lord your God. So all that stuff that you knew, you gotta drop it. He said, shall ye not do? He said, and after the doings of the land of Canaan, whither I bring you, shall ye not do? They don't know about the Canaanites. Okay? So he's telling them, don't go down there and start doing what they do. That means you have to copy. You have to imitate. Right or wrong?
Right.
You have to get relative to them. You have to be a match to them. Relative means we get close enough to where we marry our kids to each other. Israelite and Canaanite. That's what makes us relative now. Okay? God said, no, when you get down there, you're supposed to kill all of them and wipe them out. That's how they wouldn't learn. God said, the only way you're not going to learn anything from these people is to wipe them out. God told them, kill all of them, utterly destroy them. Wipe out their altars, clean slate. Clean slate. Because you're not going to be able to live amongst them and serve me.
Mm-hmm.
And when you marry your son to that Canaanite's daughter, that Canaanite's daughter is going to turn the heart of your son from following me. That's what he said in Deuteronomy 7.
Right.
So it goes along with it. He said, and after the doings of the land of Canaan, whether I bring you, you're about to go there. You shall not do. Neither shall ye walk in their ordinances, their order of how they do everything, their lifestyle. Okay? God said for them to drop it, and where you're about to go, don't pick up nothing. Because you only have room for one God. You understand that? You only can have one master. Person can't have two bosses. Oh, what about your mother and father? That's one. Because the father and the mother agree together as one. So that's dealing with one person.
That's right.
You mess with the father, you gotta deal with the mother. You mess with the mother, you gotta deal with the father. They move as one. So no. You know, I got a good example. The child goes to the father and asks for some juice. The father said, no, not right now. The child not satisfied. The child leave the father, go to the mother, and ask for juice. The mother said, okay, yeah, I'll give you some. And she give him some. He looked and said, where you got that juice from? Oh, mommy gave it to me. He said, but I told you no. You're not supposed to go to her.
Right.
And vice versa. I'll be like, hey, man, you ask your imam. See, I ask questions because I know how they get down. They will look. They know that you, all right, cool. You know what? He said I can't have it, but he didn't say, let me go over here and I ain't going to make him know I'm asking him. Kids do that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Because they're not satisfied. They want what they want. And when you tell them no, they're not accepting that. So when you got a mother and father that are one and agree to the same thing, that that's what her desire says, your desire shall be to the husband. That means whatever your husband desires, you desire. That's it. That's what it means. That makes them one. That's what makes them one. Because now you can't go over, ain't nobody going over nobody. No. You want to ask your father? I told you no. I had just told him no. Oh yeah, you told him no, man. Your imam said no. I'm not going to say, oh no, but I'm the father, he can have it. No, you're teaching that child wrong.
That's right.
That's not the way to go. We're not one. I'm not going to, because I'm the man. And certain things, oh, wait a minute. What your imam say? Did you ask your imam? Yeah, and what she said? No. So what you asking me for? Bye. Get out of here. I remember that when my kids were young. They will try that. If me and the wife don't agree together, or we make sure we're on point with each other.
Mm-hmm.
Yo, man, did she ask you that? Yeah. Okay. Well, what you got to say? Nah, because you can do We agreed. Not even your children can penetrate that. But today, you can tell the husband anything against the wife. You can tell the wife anything against the husband. And it's a problem. That means they're not one.
Mm-hmm.
So we wasn't talking about them. You can't have two gods. You can't have two masters. You can't have two bosses. So God is saying you got to leave the ordinance and the rules of this boss that don't even exist. And where you're about to go, you can't get into the rules of that one. You got to deal with mine, my ordinance. Because you can't do God's ordinance and your ordinance or another people's ordinance. It's not going to work.
Mm-hmm.
As you can see, God is not about mixing nothing. The seed that's planted, the holy seed of Israel. You couldn't even go out your tribe. Am I right or wrong?
That's right.
You couldn't even go out your tribe. So everything was in its proper place here. Verse 4.
Verse 4. You shall do my judgment and keep mine ordinances, to walk therein. I am the Lord your God.
The Egyptians have judgments. These people have judgments. They have judgments as the penalties of a violation of a commandment, of a rule, right?
Mm-hmm.
But God said their judgments is not my judgments. God's judgments is holy and pure.
Mm-hmm.
God's judgments is the ones that's going to get them close to him. Okay? That's man's judgment. That's going off in his head. What you said earlier? A lot of times we look at stuff and say, oh man, that's wicked. It's not. And we look at stuff and say, that's righteous. And it's not. God tells us what is right. God tells us what is wrong, what is good. He tells us what love means. When you do certain actions, it means you love.
It shows love.
Okay, when you do certain actions, it means
hate.
you hate. God gives this to us. So you can't say, oh no, man. Yeah, you did, because your action. The heathens say, they have sayings too. Everybody got sayings. The heathen has saying, they say, well, actions speak louder than words.
Mm-hmm.
So never mind what you said. What you did counts. You said that, but you didn't do it.
Mm-hmm.
So, ye shall do my judgments, keep my ordinances, to walk therein, to live in them. Okay? When you walk in something, you living in it. You go by it. You govern your life and your household or your environment, your habitat, hole in the wall, whatever it is. It goes according to the rules of the laws in the Old Testament.
That's right.
That is what's going to make you separate from the world. Now, if I'm supposed to be separate from the world, why am I so busy wanting to teach the whole world?
Mm-hmm.
Think about it. The two don't go together. Okay?
Right.
If it's meant for you to teach the world, God will send who's to be taught. God will say, who was our teacher? Moses. He was also the teacher. He was the number one prophet of God, but he was also the teacher. Why? He taught them the law. He had to teach them the law. Like how you sit down and teach your children homework and math. He went through that with Moses. Dropped it on Moses. Moses had to drop it on them. He had a very big job. You know what it is to be a teacher?
A job that he didn't want.
And he didn't want the job. It's a big responsibility. And that responsibility got him killed. And that responsibility kept him from going in. Yeah. He says, for your sakes, why I can't go in. He reminded them. When you keep doing this to a person, right? What happens after a while? Okay, some people, you can do this longer. Some people, you can only do it one time. So God said, you provoked me 10 times.
Mm-hmm.
And after a while, look, it got to Moses. If it got to God, it got to Moses. That's where he slipped up at and said the wrong thing. He did not mean to say that. He wasn't aware of what was coming out of his mouth because he was upset. The reason why he was upset, because, yo, man, y'all keep turning on God every time a situation come up. And I keep telling you guys how to do this thing. And I show you what to do. And you see what you got in front of you. You're supposed to come at God like you came at the gods of Egypt. You're supposed to come at God like you come at these gods. Your trust. That's what God wanted. To believe in him like Abraham did. That's what he wanted. You know what, man? Look, man, I don't know what's going on, but Moses entreated the Lord for us because we know only him. He can make this whole dry place wet. That's what he wanted. He wanted that mentality.
Mm-hmm.
And what? That's why he keeps saying, I am the Lord your God. I am the Lord your God. I'm the one. I'm the one. Because you had your belief in the sky goddess and the earth, this and this, that, and the third. And that's what controlled everything. No, the Most High is who controlled it. I'm the one. So now I am your God. And that trust wasn't there in God. That belief wasn't there in God. That's why they complained. That's why they revolted. That's why they wanted to kill Moses and Aaron. He said every time they provoked God 10 times, that was 10 times Moses and Aaron's life was in danger. Okay? Because they didn't step to God. They went to Moses, where the tabernacle was at, where Aaron is at. They surrounded it like a mob. And they begged, kill him. And Joshua and Caleb came out. Twice that happened. They came out and said, hey, man, don't do this thing. Man, they are bread for us. One moment, he told them, they're bread for us. Don't be scared. The evil report. God gave them into our hands and delivered them already. They said, man, get out the way before we do you into. They bade, kill him. Moses. After a while, you're going to get tired of it. If Moses got tired of it, you definitely going to say, man, hold up, man. Hold up, man. I didn't actually get put here. God put me here. God commanded me to command y'all to do these things. God commanded me to teach y'all how this thing go. God commanded me to judge y'all. All the things that I'm doing and that Aaron is doing, God commanded us to do it. Your problem, and you told him, he said, when you murmur, when you murmur against him, well, who are me and Aaron? We nobodies. We just here doing our job. We're servants of God. We work for him. We're just a servant. You got to the boss. He said, so when you murmur and you complaining and you talking against him, not me. You think you talking against me, but you don't exclude God out because the glory is not there yet. And when they kept pressing, they said the cloud came down. Now that cloud is very dark. It's very dark and it's a big cloud. It ain't no little cloud like Dragon Ball Z. It's a big cloud, look like it's gonna rain. The tabernacle is big. It's big like a circus tent. That cloud comes down on top of it, right? And there's a bright light coming out of it. It's bright light. You can't even look at it. That is called the glory of God, the glory of the Lord. That piercing white light that emanates from the presence of God, that is called the glory of the Lord. Okay? That light has nothing to do with the light that God made in the beginning, and it has nothing to do with the sun or no stars or even fire. That is the presence, that's light that just emanates from the presence of God. This is where all life comes from. All existence and reality come from the Most High God. Okay? That's why Moses' face shone like that. You're around such power, such awesomeness. It's going to rub off on you.
That's crazy.
He stayed up there for 40 days and 40 nights. Came down and then went back up there for 40 days and 40 nights. Altogether, 80 days. Almost 100 days with God. The one. God is the one with God. Nobody else had that type of company. That's why he said, you're not scared to speak about this guy. Never mind. Listen, I don't deal with him like I deal with you guys or anybody else. So leave him alone. You might want to leave this guy alone. You got a quality that you don't have. Okay? He knows it before you know it. He does it before you do it. Matter of fact, you got to go to him for the answer. Leave it alone. Don't worry about that. I take care of this. That's what God did with his brother and his sister.
Yeah.
It wasn't them in the people. The people was different. All his brothers and sisters did was talk against him. They said, oh, look at this guy. We ain't supposed to be doing this over here. Look, he's doing that over there. That's what they did. That's what they did, because he took an Ethiopian woman. You know, according to the law, you're not supposed to go outside with strangers. But God said, look, man, I ain't saying nothing about it. Who are you? And this is the most meekest dude. You're quick to jump on him. He wasn't quick to jump on y'all. It took a lot for him to say, man, what God gonna hit the rock and It took a lot. It took a long time. He got vexed a couple of other times. He got vexed when the people did something. They brought back the woman. They brought back all the women. And he said, yo, man, this is the reason why we got hit up by the Midianites. The Midianite, God hit us up because the Midianites was able to bring the woman down here and get them away from the camp of Israel, go to their camp and join the Baal Peor. That left the breach open in their spirit. At that point, Israel was defenseless. God ain't protecting them now. And they're so close to God, the plague came out. As they went and joined the Baal Peor, the plague, all that talking, all the dialogue that was going on, people was dropping, man. People were dropping. What stopped that situation was not Aaron. That situation that wasn't going to stop that. That happened already. Somebody had to go. Phinehas got up. He couldn't take it no more. He went in that tent, killed the man and the woman that helped perpetrate the revolt to join Baal Peor. Okay? And God stopped the plague. He ordered the plague to stop. Sometimes God's anger, nothing will appease it. Nobody, nothing you do, nothing you say, nothing you burn, nothing. And then sometimes this guy will do something that nobody else did and do an act, and you be like, you know what? All right, I'm gonna chill. I ain't even mad no more. I like what he did. I like the heart that he had. I like how he thought and how he took charge. Yeah, you know what? All right, that stopped me. If he ain't do that, aren't we that way? You know what, man? If Shaman didn't come here and say that, man, I was gonna kill everybody. That's how we are. We'll get that from God. So there's certain times when God was so upset, this ain't gonna work. If that's the case, Moses would have told Aaron, hurry up, get the census every time the plague ran out. The plague ran out 10 times that they provoked him. Every time they provoked God, the plague came out. And the plague came out was to wipe them out. Okay? So it was different times that another time God said, look, man, go get this, make the serpent. When they look on it, they'll be healed. If they didn't look on it, they will not be healed. If he didn't tell them to make that, the plague was going to break out and they're going to keep dying till all of Israel is dead. So there was a dangerous time here in the wilderness. They were so close to God that, hey, regardless of what, though, when they mess up, everybody got to go. But in this instant, Phinehas Phinehas appeased God's wrath. God said it. He said, man, this guy here, so you know what? You're going to have my blessing of peace. Meaning, you know what that is, man? You know what that is? Peace with God. Peace with God. Forget man. he gonna always be good with me. That's what that blessing meant. His seed and so on. I got them. This is a personal thing because of what he took that personal for me. So he got peace for me. He got that. When he died, he got peace. They didn't have peace while they was going to war every minute. It wasn't no peace. When he died, he gonna get it. And his sons get that opportunity, right? To get close to God, to be the same way as their father. They still got to go to prove themselves too, but they get the opportunity. He has opened up a door for the sons to have an opportunity for the blessing to keep. It keeps going as long as the sons keep following. The blessing goes to the father, right? The children get it, right? But they got to follow through too. And that's how the blessings keep going on. That's why I say blessings that we read about it here don't exist today. You have one blessing, that you know God and you are able to find out how to live before him and be perfect like Abraham. That's it. Nothing else matters. You have to tell yourself that. Nothing else matters. Your career, your life, your goals, your dreams, all of that are the dreams and the hopes of wickedness, wicked men. God talked about in the Apocrypha. He said, man, the hopes of wicked men will be destroyed. Because your hope ain't in God, your hope is in other things. To make you get up, make you rise, make you this, but you. Yeah, he said, yeah, gods, but you still die like princes. I made you to be gods, what? To walk like me. Therefore, you shall be godly. You shall be holy. Tamshi.
You shall therefore keep my statutes and my judgments. Which if a man do, he shall live in them.
He shall live in them. If a man, I'm in chapter 18 of Leviticus. What verse was that?
Verse 6 now.
Verse 6. He said, which if a man do, he shall live in them. If he do it, it's like, if he does it, you're going to see him live it. You're going to see it. You're going to see it in the surroundings. He's going to be on place. Oh, no. You can't come in my house with that. Because Israelites wear stuff they ain't supposed to be wearing. Trinkets, charms, good luck charms, stuff to keep evil stuff away. God said, I have not suffered you to do so and be like the heathen to depend on these things. All you got to do is live correctly before him with his commandments, and you ain't got to worry about invoking no evil spirit around you. How about that? The evil spirit not going to come around you. You can't get in. The hedge will be there. If Satan couldn't get in, the evil spirit ain't going to be able to. Tamshi.
None of you shall approach to any that is near kin to him to uncover their nakedness. I am the Lord. The nakedness of thy father.
Now, somebody asked me this week about Adam and Eve and their sons, right? And they're saying, she said, who did, they said Cain, Cain killed Abel, right? They said, who did Cain? Said Cain had sons. They said, who did he have sex with to have these children, right? Then he said he had another son called Seth. So who? I said, man, he had daughters. I said, for you to ask that question is questioning God.
Yeah.
You gotta, I mean, common sense should tell you. It's just not recorded. You gotta understand. I said, you have to understand every little detail can't be told here. We're talking about thousands and thousands and thousands and 500,000 and thousands and thousands of years of history that's been going on. God took it and recapped it and gave it to Moses. All right?
That's exactly what it was.
He gave him the most important things we need to know today. He give you too much detail, you got too much options and stuff to see over. No, forget about that. You really think So what you saying? Adam went into Seth went into his mother? No. Because he said, well, the only woman who was around was Eve. I said, you have some crooked thinking.
He wanted to be sick so bad.
Moses didn't say that when God told him that. He didn't say, well, man, where the woman at? He didn't say that. You see the mentality of people today? Okay? You see where their heads are at. That's why it's not meant for everybody. Everybody's not going to get it. Some people's minds are too twisted to get this. They question too much. Stop questioning God and his laws. People going to question, they look at this as religion also. You understand what I'm saying? I'm saying about outside. From outside looking in, they're looking at it as every other religion out here. So they want to question. They're going to come and question it. But certain stuff they ask doesn't make no sense. Every detail is not in here, man. God told Moses what to write. So everything that was written is valuable. Mm-hmm. What you cannot explain or I cannot explain, we leave alone. Everything has not been explained to man. All the scientists in the world still trying to find out certain things. Mm-hmm. How certain stuff work. Where's the switch to the key of life? It's in man, but where? Where's the switch that God uses to gauge man's life expectancy? That's what they're trying to find. They're not going to find that. Where's the ends of the earth? You're not going to find that. What's on the other side of a black hole? You're not going to find that. All these things, you got to leave alone. You got to leave it alone. Deal with what God say matters, okay? He reveals secrets to the meek. You know what that means? Not stuff that ain't not going to mean, not stuff of what I just said. The secrets of how to get close to God and how to draw God close to you. It's a secret. Not everybody know it. And when people hear it, not everybody believe it. That's what the secret is. Mm-hmm. Tough sheet.
The nakedness of thy father or the nakedness of thy mother shalt thou not uncover.
Now,
she is thy mother.
He said,
thou shalt not uncover her nakedness.
He said, whether I bring you the Canaanites. Now, we know about Egypt. We know about Egypt. You know a lot of things about Egypt. They don't sit down with farmers and herdsmen. It's an abomination to them, right? Because they didn't sit. They said we might not sit with the Hebrews. It's an abomination for us to sit and eat with the Hebrews because you are herders. That's what they told them. That's their rule, and they stuck to it. Whatever was an abomination to them, they stuck to it. Mm-hmm. So God said, forget that's their ordinance. It doesn't matter. That stuff don't even matter. That's not iniquity. I'm the one who set the rules. This is what it is. That's how he came at Israel. And Canaan, they're very they're more sexually lewd than most other nations at that time. Yeah. Because these are their ordinances we're about to go through. This is the stuff that Israel was told not to get into when you get into the land of Canaan. Township.
The nakedness of thy father's wife shalt thou not uncover. It is thy father's nakedness.
Your father's wife. That means it's not your mother. It's not your mother. That means he has another woman. He has another wife. Mm-hmm. You can't go looking at her. That's your father's. We don't go looking at each other's wives, man. You don't get too familiar with each other's wives. No. It's not a good practice to leave your wife around men. Or it's not a good practice for her to want to be around men or to be noticed around men. You go both ways. Mm-hmm. It's not a good practice. Why am I always in your woman's face? Why am I so buddy with her? Wow, you gonna want to know what y'all laughing at? Every minute we laugh and we get to it. What y'all laughing at? How come y'all got secret jokes? Okay? All right?
That's crazy.
That's why the man said, man, if y'all ain't plowing my heifer, if y'all wasn't all in my woman face, I don't care. You was plowing, you take the heifer and plowing it. You was working my woman.
That's awesome. That's a crazy quote.
You was up in her face working her. Working her brain, working her. She ain't supposed to tell you nothing. I should be able to tell my wife a secret, and that's the one person in the world I can trust that's not gonna say that whole time. Come shit.
The nakedness of thy sister, the daughter of thy father, or the daughter of thy mother.
Just to remind you now, this is how these people, what we reading is how the Canaanites live on the regular.
Right.
All right? That's why God said, kill them. These iniquities and abominations been going on from the time they was established in the land that's called Canaan land. From the time, from when Egypt and Babylon started, they've been in that land. From the time Ham's son Canaan left and go and inhabited land, they've been there, doing these abominations on that land. And God said, the inhabitants of the land, I kicked them out because of the abominations that they committed on the land, and the land spewed them out. Therefore, now we're talking to Israel. Therefore, when you come into this land, he said, you got to keep my ordinances, judgments, commandments, and statutes, that you do not get kicked out like the former tenants. That's what God told Israel. Something about that land, when enough stuff get done that God don't like on that land, you're getting kicked out of there. Mm-hmm. Somebody coming and overtaking. Somebody's going to do this. God said, apple of my eyes on this Jerusalem, man. That's the city of holiness. He uplifted Jerusalem. He calls it Ariel. Right or wrong?
Right.
When you give somebody a nickname, right, it's because you got an affinity with them. Mm-hmm. You give a little touch now, man. Everybody else call him this. I'm gonna call him this. I'm gonna call him Chuck. And guess what? Now everybody he grow up and everybody call him Chuck. And his name ain't Chuck. But the neighbor across the street took to him from a child. His name is Jack. But he said, man, he's Chuck. I named him Chuck. And that grew. Nobody called him by his real name. So you get your names like that. Look, God called Solomon Shlomo, right? Mm-hmm. Right?
Yeah.
David named him that, right? God didn't call him that. God called him Jedediah, beloved of God. God gave him his own name. They call it pet names. Why? Because, oh man, it's son. He called him Solomon. He said, but yo, this dude is beloved of God. Mm-hmm. And he called him Jedediah. Hosea was his real name. But Moses called him Joshua. And the book says the book of Joshua. You understand what I'm saying? Everybody started calling me Mick because of my father. Yeah. You get it? Everybody's just saying Mikael. My Abba started saying Mick. And then everybody else started calling me Mick. That's how, you understand what I'm saying? You're not going to do that to somebody you hate. You won't give him a name. You won't curse him or something. Come back. The nakedness of thy son's daughter, verse 10. Or thy daughter's daughter, or even their nakedness thou shalt not uncover, nor their own nakedness. All this is close family kindred. Your aunt, your uncle, your niece, your nephew, your brother, your sister, your father's other wives. Okay? Who your uncle married, or who your aunt married. All these things, you're not supposed to have a sexual relationship with none of these people. That's your kindred. That's your near kin. That's your bloodline. Okay? And we're going to skip all the way down to verse 20. Moreover, he said, thou shalt not lie carnally with thy neighbor's wife, to defile thyself for her. That's the neighbor's wife. She's married. You're not supposed to lay down with no married woman. I don't care what she say. Oh, we not together no more. He did this. He used to treat me like this. He did this to me. Look at the bruise. Oh, no. You still married to him. I can't deal with you. Because aside of all of these abominations, this is everything that the Canaanites lived by. This was this, you know, about sexual preference. That was their sexual preference. The family, the beasts. Okay, that's who they lied. They lied down with each other, lied down with beasts. Okay, they had sex while the woman is on her menstruation period. Everything in this chapter that God said not to do, they did it. All right. He said, thou shalt not let any of thy seed pass through the fire to Molech. Neither shalt thou profane the name of thy God. This is another thing they did. This was all those sexual lewd acts. That's the worship of the fire god. While the baby is in there burning, that's what they're out there doing. That's why this commandment is included. He said, when you don't burn or let your seed pass through the fire, he said, thus thou shalt not lie with mankind as with womankind. I'm going to say it again. Thou shalt not lie with mankind as with womankind. No man on man sex. No woman on woman sex. Man and woman. Adam and Eve. Make babies. It said, neither shalt thou lie with any beast to defile thyself therewith. We read about this earlier in another part, another chapter of the law. He said, neither shall any woman stand before. He said, he's talking to the man. You don't lie down with no beast. Because you got some people that will do that. You got some people who've done it. You got some people who doing it. You got farm boys you got farm boys, man. You got women. Man, it's crazy, man. Back then they was doing it and they still doing it now. All right? Neither shall any woman stand before a beast to lie down thereto. It is confusion. It's confusion. It's not normal. It's not normal, man.
Confusing the animal.
Yeah, that's confused. You're confused. Turned down and confused the animal. This whole thing is mixed up and confused. That's why God said, wipe them out, kill everything.
This is too much.
It's too corruptible to stand on this, even be living on the earth. Gotta go now. He says, that defile not ye yourselves in any of these things. See, all the stuff we read up until that verse, he says, do not commit any of these acts. You defile yourself when you do that. See, for in all these the nations are defiled, which I cast out before you. The Canaanites are defiled with these acts that I'm casting out before you. Now, don't do none of these things, because the same thing gonna happen to you. And the land is defiled, therefore I do visit the iniquity thereof upon it. And the land itself vomited out her inhabitants. When God visited for a land, a nation, a person, a family, whatever, when you get visited for your iniquities, that means it's time to pay up. It's time to go. That means people are dying, knocked away, banished. That's it. What's going on here it's going to be finished. God is going to finish it. He's going to wipe everything out because of their iniquities. It seems like God got a meter. He had a meter for these people, and a set time and a marker. That the nigga, you go ahead and do your jump. Woo, 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 you have fun. Beep, when you hit this spot, He said the iniquity of the Amorites have not yet been fulfilled. Fulfilled meaning the time hasn't come yet. Their cup has not runneth over. That was the time that their cup ran over. Okay? He said, therefore I do visit. He said, because I'm going to visit. If you come and do the same thing, I'm going to visit you. The visitation, it's not nice. It's not good. Means the judgment of God is coming down now upon this city or upon this country or upon these people. Look, when you see a bunch of a race of people getting wiped out, getting killed up and wiped out, that's sentence that's passed down from God. These things things like that don't go down unless the Most High wanted to go down, allow it to go down. You see those Ukrainian people, man? Yo, God put a sentence on those certain people in Europe to get what they're getting. They're getting wiped out. Wow, they're not going to be a people no more. When God wipes a people out like that, it's because their iniquities have been fulfilled. He's visiting them. Okay? He still visits countries. Read the news. Tornado here. Avalanche over there. Lightning strikes here. Flood. Storm. See what happened in Florida. Okay? Places where it was never water is water now. Places where water was is dry now. Places where it didn't rain is raining. God's switching everything up because it's, when that happens, it causes confusion and distorts everything. Now bacteria is being released all over the place. Why? Because the sins of the people in this planet. The Mississippi is drying up. It doesn't. I'll tell you something. That Mississippi, I saw it with my own eyes. That's a big river.
Yeah, because it's warm.
And it splits, right? And when it what's the tide?
Tides aren't as high.
When the tide is high, that thing look like an ocean. It don't look that way no more. Okay? Over in Arkansas, the Indians, where their reservation is at, they live off the salmon. The salmon is a big fish. Salmon is like this big. They're real thick. A bear could come out, eat 2-3 salmon, and go back and hibernate and be full. That fish is big.
Yeah.
Okay? And those people need that to live off of. They don't have crops. All right? The salmon ain't backing upstream because the salmon usually go upstream. They go upstream. You don't see them doing that. They went somewhere else or they died off.
So now people going through hunger.
Okay? All right? I therefore visit the iniquity thereof upon it. The land itself, the land, when God visits, the land will turn against you. The weather and the land go together against man. When God visits, did not it hail, fire, and storm in Egypt? Didn't it quake in Egypt? Yeah. He said, so don't go in there and do the same thing these guys did. It's the same penalty. The same thing is going to happen to you. But what? You don't believe it's going to happen. You know why? Because you got all the riches. And he said, man, the temple of the Lord of these. Man, the temple is here. Man, we good. You ain't got to worry about that, man. That's how they thought. Man, we ain't sweating that. We number one. We the chosen ones. That's what they say. That's what they say. They were the chosen one. God said it. God said, yo, man, I dealt with your brother Abraham, so I choose you automatically. That's why I'm here. But y'all got to clean up. But they said it. They knew who they was. But they still messed up. They still got kicked out. So today saying, oh, man, we the chosen ones don't mean nothing. We're not the chosen ones. Okay? You chose this. You heard about it. Somebody taught you it. And you said, you know what? This is it. In your head, You said, this is it. I'm going to do this. Okay? That's as far as it goes now. There is no nation of Israel. A nation has a land. A nation has a government. A nation got an army. Where your planes at?
Right.
Where's your nukes at? You're not a world power unless you got nuclear armament. Today, a world power has nuclear armament. Okay? You have to have nuclear missiles. Why you think homeboy over there shooting the missiles and testing off? He's showing his guns. What we be hearing at night? Pow, pow, pow. Boom, 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 boom. You know what that is? Oh, whoa, they over on Sterling. That's letting everybody know we got guns here. Streets, that's street stuff. I don't know if they still do it like that, but I know that's what we used to do back in the hood. We'll go in a group and test our guns. And at the same time, everybody in the hood know, these guys are Park Place. They ready. But that's how it was, man. Tell you. Verse 30.
Therefore shall ye keep mine ordinance, that ye commit not any one of these abominable customs.
That's how you keep from violating, by keeping his ordinance. You got to keep the ordinance. If you don't keep the ordinance, you're going to do these things. He said that you commit not any one of these abominable customs. Each one of them is a custom. You see that? Each of all of these acts is a custom. So let's just say I go into a woman on her period. That's a custom of Canaan. That's a custom. Okay? If I lay down with an animal, that's the custom of Canaan. God said none of these customs, okay, which were committed before you. He said, and that ye defile not yourselves therein. I am the Lord your God. He said, you can't. Once you do that, you defile, you corrupt yourself with the doings of these people. I don't want to teach them nothing. God didn't teach the Canaanites anything, did he? Nope. He didn't say, man, look, no. Go in there, you're God's people now. Go in there and teach them the right thing. No. God already knows this is over for them. It's been over for them. Their father cursed them. Canaan got something on them. Okay? It was always something. God never did like Canaan. I can say that. He said, cursed be Canaan, a servant shall he be. He had other sons. Why he cursed that one? What was up with this guy? No, right? Who Nimrod came from? Noah. Okay, that's what it is. Noah hit him with it, right? Had one of his sons named Canaan.
Started from that.
And then Canaan, downhill. And then look, you got the Hittite. He had sons, Hittite. Canaan had all it, and that's where the tribes of them come out, and they went into what is called Canaan land, right? Mm-hmm. When they went there, they held it down there for thousands of years. Abraham time. He said, but their iniquity ain't fulfilled yet. It's not time yet. You still got like 430 more years to go. That's a long time, nearly 500 years. But the time came, and God remembered Abraham, and then he said, start making moves. Got them out. But when he got them out, they came out filthy with the ways of Egypt. That's why he told them this.
3 days in, they want to go back. 3 days in.
This ain't looking good. You know what they wanted? They're used to what they're getting in Egypt right there in front of them. Remember, they got magicians there too. They get satisfied. This is the wicked. This is people today. I want mine now. See, where's the land flowing with milk and honey? We ain't there. They figured, we're going to leave Egypt and everything going to be good right then and there. No. You don't get it that easy with God. Abraham had to put in work. They don't snatch this woman. He went through it. Isaac went through it. You don't start serving God and all of a sudden life is peachy keen on earth.
3 days. Got
3
trials.
days. And that's where the tests come in at. Look, you said 3 days. The brother is right. 30.
And
3
God did
days.
that on purpose. Didn't give him no water on purpose.
That's why he said, yo, you followed me into a land where there was no water. I'm gonna give you that. I'm gonna give you that. But most people say, man, I ain't going in there with you. He said, but you still came in. He said, but yo, man, you know there's no water here. You're supposed to rely on me. You're supposed to call on me. That's it. Why you ain't believing me? You're supposed to believe in me. Okay, yeah. Now they know I'm their God. Water, boom. This things wasn't supposed to happen. But they got fussy, they got desperate, and they forgot God that quick. He said, man, get up. They quickly got out the way. After everything that just happened, these people will quickly deter on you. He said, man, what's up with these guys, man?
Children that you got,
That
your
you brought up.
children,
Said,
that you brought up.
Uh-oh.
I ain't had nothing to do with that.
I ain't gonna lie, I've done this before. I've seen my mom do it before.
I do that with my woman.
When my children used to get mad, I used to get mad at my children. I'd be like, yo, come get your son
Child, yeah.
or your daughter.
Yeah.
And they do it to us. Look, your son is acting up in school. Your son. I said, well, it's your son too. He said, no. When he act like that, that's you.
That's the only time he's my son. You get that.
That's the only time you get him. But you know why? You know why? Fathers have something. That's my son. I know how to discipline him. Mm-hmm. This is me. Mm-hmm. Don't worry about how I do this. This is my seed. This is mine. I know how to deal with that. You know what I'm saying? But God said, look, man, that's your people right now. Right now, they're not my people because they quickly turned aside. How they turned aside? And made another God. Another means they already have me. They have God. So they don't make another one. And they say, yo, he's the one that brought these be the gods. Yeah. Wow. Yo, that hurt, man.
That's different.
That hurt. That hurt God. They hurt God, man.
They had no excuse to be saying that.
Yo, listen, for him to get upset, they hurt his feelings, man.
No excuse.
That's like your son saying, man.
No excuse. Somebody else
giving the credit.
Yes.
Come on, man. That's why he said, what? Oh, words like that?
You've seen them dead bodies, them dead Egyptians hovering, floating on the water.
Did that for you.
The niggas was floating in the water.
That for you.
Dead body.
And you were scared. He did that for you. If he didn't do that, if the Most High didn't let the waters come down on them, they would have came across there and grabbed up all of them,
bring them back,
killed
some
the leaders,
killed some,
the heads,
and then drag the rest.
Everybody back.
The children and women, you coming back.
Yo, back then, that's what they do.
You coming back.
I believe that. Back then,
the old people you dying,
and you run away. I come looking for you. That's why I say, yo, don't turn the servant, man. Don't turn him in.
That's what Laban
did. Let him come into your gates, man.
Laban
did it. Laban said,
God had to go check on him.
And he got my idols. And he left off and took my image. He chased them down.
They had a head start.
They had 3 days. No, 7 days, I think. It was more than 3 days. They had a 7 day.
Man, this nigga ain't sleep. He ain't sleep. At night, he was traveling.
Still traveling.
He was pushing.
Still traveling.
His son dead, bro. He got no time. He's gone.
They wasn't afraid of
They didn't play God, man.
They came in contact with it.
Nah, man, they
He had
ready.
some rough sons.
He ready. Look, he had,
men.
they didn't even say how many sons he had, but just remember this. They were looking at Jacob.
The faces.
They were all looking at him. Well, you got a bunch of brothers
looking at you.
It's dangerous, man. Right or wrong, it's dangerous. You shouldn't come on the block. You shouldn't come around.
It's not cool.
All of them are brothers, and they looking at this guy like, man, they're gonna kill you. Yeah. Jacob says, time to go. They said, man, this dude, he came in here with nothing. Now, he got more than our power. You know why? Because he ain't got nothing to leave to. That's how they come up. That's their come up. They ain't gotta go to work. They ain't gotta punch no clock. They don't gotta sell drugs. They ain't gotta catch a lick, stain, scam. They ain't gotta do none of that. Because it's illegal. Today you gotta do it legally or illegally or both. They didn't have to do that. Everybody had money. So like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 men in here, right? Right? All of us is rich in the land. Right? And my son, and his son, his son, his son, his son, his son. When we die, they good. I leave that to them. You understand what I'm saying? And it keep going, it keep going. But now this guy came here. I be let this guy in the house, man. And he ain't had nothing. Now all of a sudden, he got more than I be. How is that? And he's the master of the house. God did that. Because on the norm, a servant or a slave don't get rich.
No, under
the master.
Nah.
You work for Amazon. You are not going to get richer.
Jeff Bezos.
Jeff
Bezos.
You got me?
Yeah, that's a fact. My boss. I'm never, as long as I work for my boss, I'm not going to get richer than him.
You're not going to be on that level. God said, I'm going to do something. I do amazing things in my servants. You made Abraham and Sarah have a child damn near 100 years old. The feeling came back. The feeling wasn't there. After a certain time, you and your wife, y'all love, it goes beyond sex now.
She said, I'm gonna have pleasure.
I'm gonna have pleasure. We gonna do it.
She didn't say I'm gonna push on the bitch.
No. She was talking about that. Thank you, brother. That's the part she was looking at. All my years of listening to teachers teach that part, they said she gonna be because of the baby. No, it's the feeling.
You see Josh moms? She back. She's spunky. She got a young man. You see Josh moms?
See?
Josh, that little next door. You see his mom?
Yes.
You see how spunky she moving? She got a young man.
Yes.
I see her dancing.
Yes.
She got a young man.
That's what it do.
Yeah.
And she's an older woman.
Yeah, nigga.
And he walking slow.
And he was look.
Draining her
Look.
Slow.
Look, I learned this from my album.
Draining him.
The older draws energy from the younger. Okay, so if you got a cougar, a woman, an older elderly woman, you keep going, young man. You keep going. Look, she gonna walk.
That's why you have cool.
Okay,
that's why you have cool.
Same thing with an old man. Old man, why they put Abigail next to David then? Prove my point. And he ain't touch her. Oh, so I know he's dead. He's dead. He's gonna die. He ain't. That's the baddest thing in the land.
Bad.
She was bad. She was bad. They searched for her. Now let me tell you something. There was virgins all over the place. It ain't like today you gotta search for a virgin.
Well, you gotta search today.
All right, today.
Yes,
right?
Yeah.
Okay, and then you gotta wait.
They gotta be 11 years old.
Then you gotta wait till she old enough. Then you gotta wait till she old
You
enough.
ain't find a 13-year-old virgin. They doing it in my building, nigga.
Might not get
Not finding no 13, 12 years old. Gonna get 11, maybe 10.
See what you're dealing with?
Soraya.
Who your son's gonna marry? Who your son's gonna marry?
That's Soraya.
Who your son's gonna marry? Don't let it be none of them drugs, man. The sons and daughters, these are the daughters of foreign gods and nations. You gonna have kids with them? It's gonna hurt you when your child say,
Daniel.
Abba, I love Santa Claus.
No, Daniel's 8.
You ain't gonna like that, man.
Daniel's 8. He came from school. He said, Daddy, what's sex? I said, where you learn that from?
What?
He said, my friend in my class, a girl, and they're 8.
Okay.
8. I hear about that in like
That's why
6th grade, 7th grade.
That's why you have to personally counter.
6th, 7th grade.
Okay? Look, this is my whole thing now. You see, the children of Israel had to get, when they leave out of Egypt, they had to forget all the stuff they learned there, right?
Yeah.
That's why you got to do it with your children every day. So they can
Counter
count at least.
Counter that.
They're not gonna forget it,
Yeah, count it. Ain't gonna fit.
but it counters,
That's right.
and they're gonna know that this is not correct. God don't like this. What that look is you can learn some stuff in school from kindergarten up. It's a bunch of freaks,
Yeah.
okay? All right? And they send their kids to school. Now those kids are freaks.
Mhm.
Now those kids are evil and wicked from young. They are evil, they're inclined evil, but wickedness. They sit there and hit people with stuff, and boom, you get with that crowd, and what happened now? You in trouble. You in trouble. Because you want to follow. That's what God said, don't follow. That was the point of this chapter. Don't follow. You want to follow? Follow your father. Follow Abraham. Follow these men in the book that followed God. Why we want to follow everybody else? Why? Why did they follow? Why? When they saw what happened to Canaan, they saw how God hated them and the verdict for them was death. And they saved them too. Mm-hmm. So you know what wound up happening with these people called Canaan? God wanted them wiped out because these ways would have been wiped out. Today, you wouldn't have people laying down with beasts today. These were the only people doing that, you know. Egyptians wasn't laying with the beasts. They were worshiping it. They were but they wasn't laying with the beasts, man. Assyrians wasn't laying with the beasts. I read in one book, in the library, a history book, where the Assyrian, they said, man, we don't want, there was a Canaanite that wound up out there. You know, it's always, right? Mm-hmm. And he was a good soldier, warrior, but they said, man, now we don't want to seed the bloodline of people who eat their food raw and burn their children in fire. God. The Assyrians, okay, idol worshippers too, but they were better than these guys. Okay, they lasted longer, and they looked down on them. They said, "Man, we don't want no part of nobody who eat dead animals, animals that died of itself. They eat it, all right." Roadkill, they eating it. Okay? They eat anything. They don't cook. They drink with blood. The Canaanites, we're talking specifically about the Canaanites. That curse is what got them like that. Uh-huh. Meaning, man, you're gonna be a servant, you ain't gonna be no good. You're gonna serving a servant mean what? You're gonna always be here. You're gonna always be down there where the garbage at. So after a certain amount of abominations and time with that, it's time to go. So now, Israel didn't kill him. They were supposed to wipe them out. Israel didn't wipe them out. Half of the tribe of Hittites, see the Hittites? Mm-hmm. Half of that tribe left and went into what is called Turkey right now. Okay, so Europeans have Hamite blood in them too. And Hamites have European blood in them too. The people of Turkey that you see today are a combination of that. Yeah, definitely. From ancient days. It was called, before Turkey or the Ottoman Empire, it was called the Hittite Kingdom. And that was around Abraham time. Okay? Now, back down to Canaan land. So remember, you got the Hittites up there. Nobody went up there and dispelled them. They lived and flourished, okay? And you got the Canaanites down here now that Israel didn't wipe out. What happened? They lived amongst them. The Canaanites was absorbed into Israel. Look at Uriah the Hittite. Uriah the Hittite. They were around. And God said, you know what? Since you did that, I'm going to leave them around. Now I'm not going to, you don't save them. I told you to utterly destroy them. You saved them, so guess what? Now I'm going to use your stubbornness and your stubborn mistake against you. I'm going to leave them alive. It'll be a trap and a snare to you. You're not supposed to be around this stuff. Because you're still tainted with what your fathers did in Mount Sinai. What they did at the foot of Mount Sinai, that's still on them. And the children went into Israel with that stain, that sin on their back. He said it. He said, no, for sure, your children gonna go in with this sin on their back. So I got this now. Being that they're inclined to idols and images because of what they did, when you get there, kill everybody, swipe out all images, get it away from you, and y'all gonna be good. But being that they didn't do that, they didn't get it away from them. And that's why they had a problem in the land. That's why they kept going back and forth to God idols, God idols, God idols, God idols, until God moved them out. That's the order of how it went down. Okay? That's why God, I heard people say, yo man, why they kept going back and forth? So you don't understand. They weren't dumb people. They weren't stupid like that. Okay? You gotta remember where they came from and where they're going. And that's what God was trying to cover with them. To stop with what you was doing where you came from and don't start doing where you're going. That way you have room to do this. But when they got there, they left them alive. Left them as tributary. Tributary means I pay.
Literally told them just before. Don't lead them in there. Get them out, drive them out.
Drive them
out. Your son's gonna mess with the daughters, the daughters gonna mess with the sons.
That's Deuteronomy 7, right?
That not even from way back.
From
That's in his 30.
Even from
That's in his 30s.
Yeah.
Keep saying that.
And you've been saying that.
Been saying that from the jump.
I'm telling y'all.
From the jump.
He said, now that y'all ain't do it, and you don't got me mad now. Now I got something for you. They're not, the verdict has been lifted. They're not dying now. And you're gonna live amongst them. And you're going to be tempted. You're gonna inquire. And that's how I'm gonna prove you guys.
Mm-hmm.
Since y'all want to do it my way, I'm gonna keep them around. Since you want to get paid, that's why they kept them around. They got paid. It made them pay rent.
Mm-hmm. Right. They want to come. Use them as come up.
You want to live? Okay, stay in your city. You just gotta pay us tribute.
Come up.
That's what kings do. God said, I didn't tell y'all to do that, man. Utterly destroy the inhabitants. Utterly destroy them. Whoever you don't get to kill, drive them out of here.
Right.
They're not supposed to be around. Because if they're not around, who am I going to have my son marry now? An Israelite daughter. Ain't no Canaanites going to be around. But being that they left them around, he said, I'm going to leave them to be a snare to you. And that's going to prove if you're going to do my commandments or not. That's going to be the proof right there. Okay. Deuteronomy chapter 24. It said when a man had taken a wife and married her. You don't say when a man through a ceremony. It don't say when a man had a wedding reception. That's a ritual. Ceremonies are rituals. Those are the practices by Canaanites and Egyptians that God didn't like. Okay? When people get married today, they get married in churches, in temples, and synagogues, and religious centers, so that their marriage will be identified by their deity. That's a ceremony. The ring on the finger is Egyptian custom. Well, I'm not supposed to see rings on Israelite women's fingers. The men don't be having it, but I be seeing a woman with it.
That's right.
The men still be buying it for the woman. They don't wear it, but the woman be wearing it. I know a wedding band when I see it. No Israelite woman or man is supposed to have a wedding band or engagement ring. That is in honor of the sun god. Straight up. That's straight up sun worship. Wedding band. That band is the band of the sun. Okay? People got married under the banner of the sun. That chapel represents the altar of the sun god. Okay? The ceremony, the anniversaries, the showers, Y'all don't even know the meaning, man, how deep and pagan the meanings are of these things, man. I see we have to go over, we used to be like, okay, man, we ain't got to, we teaching it, we advanced now with it. Now you gotta stick to the basics, man. Always stick to the basics with the law, because in 5 years' time, you're gonna see people going against it and doing it like it's law. Yeah. Yo, man, stay away from Thanksgiving. Israelites will have gatherings, and for some reason, they find a reason to have a gathering around that time. The Unity Shabbat that they made up, that God didn't make that up. Israelites made that up, right? For whatever reason. Why is that always around Thanksgiving time? Think about it. Think about it. The Jewish people, African people, and Jewish and African, and who else? And Christian, right? They all have a Christmas day. Jewish people have Hanukkah, because Hanukkah ain't in the book. It said 8 days the lamp burned. There was enough oil for the lamp to burn. That's it.
Rededication of the altar.
It was a rededication of the altar. They didn't give gifts to each other. They sent food out, portions. You understand what I'm saying? So, but why are they around the same time? You ever thought about that? Listen, there's a thing called Festival of Lights. Look that up and study and read that later on. You'll find out why Christmas, Hanukkah, Kwanzaa, and there's a new one. There's a whole new one now, are all around the same season. And the reason why I'm bringing this up is because that time is near, coming up. Okay? So stay away from that stuff, man. The Israelites will disguise it as something else. Okay? All right? Stay away from that stuff.
I've seen it, man. I've seen it.
You don't have to wait for that day for you to get you only wait
for you to eat turkey.
For you to eat abundance of food and have a good day. You can do that any day. You can call it feast and you say, there ain't no feel like feasting today. It's feast. Why does it have to be around that time? This is what God is talking about with the ordinances. He said, when a man had taken a wife and married her, and it came to pass that she found no favor in his eyes because he found some uncleanness in her. That's the reason. You don't just, I don't know why. She didn't do nothing. All of a sudden, he just ain't feeling her no more. No. They didn't get down like that. People didn't turn and feel a way about you for no reason. Or they didn't hate you for no reason. Today, people do.
Yeah.
He said, man, what did he do to you? What did she do? No, she do nothing. I just don't. Oh, wow. Okay. I'm not going to be around you too much either. You turn on me for no reason. You have people like that today. Okay? Back then, the reason is he found some uncleanness in her. He found something he didn't like about her that she said, did, or that she does, or whatever. And it's to the point where it's time to cut this. It could be whatever. The uncleanness is whatever he did not accept or like from her. Okay?
Mm-hmm. And let him write her a bill of divorcement and give it in her hand and send her out of his house.
Now, for that to go down, you gotta be in your house. How? You write the bill of divorcement, give it to her, and then pick up your luggage and go out the house. It don't go like that. You have to have your own house first. And when she's in your house, you know what? And I can say this. I can say this with authority. You ain't got too much to say in your house. Okay? Okay? No. She ain't got too much to say. Okay? Look, if she's a good woman, she's gonna appreciate and consider that. She's not gonna get mad and say, well, I go get my own house. I don't need to go. I'm out. I don't need to be here. Because of your jurisdiction and rulership. Once you shut down your rulership and jurisdiction, she gets mad and want to leave. That wasn't the one for you. She's not going to accept your rulership. She want to rule in your house. Well, they have women that rule in the man's house now. Mm-hmm. So sometimes having the man running everything in the house as far as bills, he still got to put his feet down and run it. Like I told this dude the other day, I said, see, there's a difference between me and you. If you get a woman, you don't exercise certain power. When I get a woman, I exercise my power. I can change anything about her that I want, or she's gone. It's my way. I said, so you having this problem because you're not exerting your power. You're not showing it. So that's your crib. That's what you gotta lay your foot down and mean it. Mean it to the point where she ain't got no choice but to follow. If she gonna be here, you gotta follow. That's how you rule. That's how you rule. He said, ye shall rule over her. Her desire shall be to you, and you rule. You lead the way. It don't say where your desire is supposed to be. Your desire is on God. So by her following you, she followed God, by proxy following you. My desire as wife is your desire, whatever you want. Yes, that's what God said. People got the words, they got their own definitions to it. Thy desire shall be to thy husband. Whatever he want, that's what you want. You're going to be good. So you have to have your own house. I'm not getting married and moving her grandma. We got married and moving in grandma's basement. And her grandmother's basement. And guess what happened? Guess what happened? I gotta give grandma money to live there. I pay rent to her. You have to have your own house. You move in her house. When it's time to break up and she get tired of you, what happens? She want to act up. And it turns into something. Listen, that type of behavior don't get tolerated by every man, regardless of what. Y'all gotta understand these things. So to avoid that, right? Get yours, right, bro? Move in, and there will be times you gonna say, "Yo, man, I pay for everything in here. You can leave." If you're showing signs of you don't like what I said, you can leave.
Oh, the door right there.
Everything she said, you can leave.
Nobody forcing
you. You can leave.
Nobody keeping you.
Not forcing you here.
No.
You can leave.
That's right.
See if you find better.
With the kids.
No. You can leave.
With the kids.
We're gonna take them anyway.
Don't forget them.
No. They take them anyway.
Take them too. I'll see them when they get older.
When you come in the crib, the kids ain't there waiting for you and she going. She going with the kids, man. Got my son talking about Santa Claus, man. For real, son. It make you want to kill something, man. But you can't blame nobody but yourself. Can't blame nobody but yourself. So look what you had a child with.
That's right.
So now we gotta be careful, man. She really got to be at least halfway on the wavelength we are with God. She got to at least be halfway, man. We can fulfill the other half. She got to at least be halfway. She can't be a total empty vessel with it. I'm wasting my time. Yeah. And she's going to have too many ways about her that she's never going to get rid of. Because it got to be your house, especially today. Mm-hmm. Don't you move in no woman house. Because I know this young men like doing that. It sounds, oh wow, got the crib. Yeah, because I'm the man in bed. But outside of bed, you're not the man. No. You gotta watch it. And they like to embarrass, and they like to act like, so you get your own. Now what? You ain't gonna puff up. Your chest ain't gonna puff up like that. Okay? So that's why it says, you give her the divorce, send her out of your house. And now, look. That's not In Israel back then, that wasn't a good thing. Even today. You say, oh, well, were you married before? Yeah, I've been divorced 3 times. See the reaction? You see the reaction? That means, wow, you just don't be getting it right. Something up with you.
You the
You
issue.
know what I'm saying? Like, what's up?
3 times, got it.
You gotta get something right, man. 3 times? What, back here, you get married, that's it. Die together.
Life as a
That's how it was meant. Or the man died first. Usually the man dies first. That's why there's rules for the widow.
Mm-hmm.
There's no such thing as widower. Abraham was not a widower.
I never heard of
They made that word up. Men that are widows.
I mean,
There's no such thing as that. Abraham just went and got him another wife, Keturah. And he made more children that inhabit Saudi Arabia. So there's a big difference with the genders, with the men and the women. He said, yo, my wife died, that's it. And he can take another.
So
You
now-
don't have to stay that way, right? But the woman now, she stays that way and gets what? Honor. Right or wrong?
Mhm.
The widow gets honor.
You know what they say now? That Keturah is
Oh,
Hagar.
oh boy.
Abraham changed Hagar's name from Hagar to Keturah.
It would have said that.
I said, no.
It would have said that.
Who said that?
It would have
Where
said
you
that.
read that at?
assumptions. It's crazy.
Where you read that at?
It never said Hagar came back.
Hagar was gone.
She
After
left.
she got put out,
Abraham,
She left.
she never came
Abraham
back.
didn't go to Egypt
He
to
didn't
bring
go
her
looking
back.
for her.
He didn't leave Egypt. He
Exactly.
didn't leave Canaan land. Remember what God told him? God directed his footsteps. He said, you got to walk this land so that your seed own it.
Man, have it. That's
He
right.
wasn't going to leave and go to Egypt. He didn't go there. They said Joseph was in the Grand Canyon somewhere. He didn't go there. That man lived in Canaan land, okay? And he died in Egypt.
Mhm.
Our patriarchs. Abraham came from Ur, the Chaldees,
Right.
which is Babylon, which is today what they call Iran and Iraq. That's where Babylon was at. He came from there and he went to Syria. What is Syria right now? The land of Peor. Peor, that whole area
Right.
is Syria. And from there, he came down into what we call Israel. That was called Canaan land. Okay? And that was it. He never left that region because God said, look, I want you to go over there and walk the breath. He lived down in Beersheba. He lived over here. He covered that breath. He said, everywhere you go, the sea going to own it and run it. And the borders going to be to here. You know when that borders was here to here? In David time.
Right.
Our borders was the largest in David time. He took over the city. That's why
Took
they
over
always
the
say,
city.
yo, man, your father went to cities that your father took from my father. You should be embarrassed to say that. Don't even say it. Just go and get it. It's your father. Your father took. Man, ain't nobody took nothing from my father. Ain't nobody ever took nothing from my father. But you see how they had the the stuff that you. That's because David took everything. He took everything. So you gotta have that establishment. That way, when you put your foot down and you say, oh man, we supposed to be doing this law. Or we are supposed to have this in this house. She's not gonna take it and hide it.
Mm-hmm.
And you think it stopped out the house and it's still in the house. And God gonna come on you for that.
That's right.
That's why you don't just jump up and marry anybody, man. You have to marry a woman that has responsibility about herself. Look at her upbringing. She had parents, mother and father. Okay, well then she gonna have certain qualities that's gonna match what you're gonna jump on her with.
Let's talk about the Jesse. That's crazy.
All right?
Mm-hmm.
That's
And
crazy.
why? Some girls, I'm gonna tell you the truth, city girls here,
No good.
you gotta go to the country. And I don't mean regular down south Atlanta.
City.
I'm talking about country.
This is it.
Happy where they call their mother Mammy.
Meemaw.
And they call it, yeah, right, okay? Not Atlanta, the city of Atlanta. You don't want no woman out of there. Because all those cities are patterned after this city. All the cities, major cities, are patterned after this bad boy. The women here set the tone for all of it. They start wearing pink wigs, all the women out there start wearing pink wigs in other cities. So you want to go to the country, or you want to go to a foreign country. You see them islands out there? They're more strict with their children than here. Americans let their children do whatever. Go outside. Yeah, I can go out. Yeah, go outside. Go outside. That child's outside all throughout the hood. Right or wrong. We know all the little dudes know us. And they're not supposed to. They are. You see them moving. I'm like, look at this, man. The mother upstairs sitting there worried about her own life, her own relationship, her man. She worried about what her man doing, what girl face she in. All of this is American. I can talk to whoever I want to talk to, man.
We'll be watching the baby.
Don't worry about that, man. Don't worry about that, man. You're taking away from what God gave me. God gave me that privilege. I got the money, I got the means, I got the crib. I'ma do it. I can do it. Some guys got it and they don't do it. That's up to you. That's your prerogative as God. Because you are a God. You're coming in my face. Get out of here. Go, what you say? Go cook beans. She said, man, go in there and cook beans, man. Look, when everything gonna run smoother that way. I'll tell you about relationship and marriage. It runs smoother that way if you stay out of his face. Leave him alone. Stop trying to always correct him. Leave him alone. He is a God. You know, as God's. That's why God gave us these laws, because as men, as gods, we have it in us to do what we want to do, take what we want to take, kill what we want to kill, just like God. But he gave us these rules. Said, no, you can't move like that. Older woman, because you got it in you for mass destruction. Our wrath, that's why I say, yo, man, don't do this to a man, because jealousy, you ain't gonna appease it. Can you appease God's jealousy? No. So you can't appease a man's jealousy. So certain things you don't do concerning his woman. Oh, but they ain't married, that's his woman. Oh, but she a hoe, that's his woman. But that's his girlfriend. Yo, why don't you, wait a minute, hold on. Do you have a woman? Yeah, okay, why don't you go there and worry about that, man? Go get your house in order. Don't come tell me, but she a hoe. That's still my woman, man. The Levite said, yo, man, y'all ain't had to kill her. He was tight. He said, look what y'all did, cut it up and sent it out to everybody. That means he did not like what they did. Don't tell me, oh, she was running around. That still is. God respects that. He said, when a man take a wife, he take a possession. Well, I'm married.
Verse 2.
He said, and married her, come to pass that she found no paper. Oh, in verse 2, yeah.
When she's departed out of his house, she may go and be another man's
She
wife.
is allowed. You can't be. Men, do it today. Do it today. You let her go. I've seen it. There was a big case about this a couple of months ago. The man gave her the word of divorce paper. He wrote it. Apparently, he believed what he read here. I could say that much.
What's his name?
I could say that much, that he believed that if he write that divorce and give it her hand and send her out of his house, we are really divorced. But what happened? She went to Megiddo, she went to Moab land, then she went to Ammon land, then she went to Syria. And after that, she came, these are foreign lands. After that, she came back to Jerusalem. Another brother got one. And that's the problem. It says she may go and be another man's wife. She could go and be another man's wife, harlot, whatever. She's not yours no more. You let her go. It said Fed Kitty 2, a book of letting go, an archive, a record of releasing. her from the duty of being a wife. You can't go flipping that. And most men are like that. What, you think she was going to stay by herself now? You let her go. She going to wind up with somebody else. You may not like it. So, no, man, look. May not like it. Look at it. Samson came back and said, man, I didn't know you was coming back. You've been going so long, I gave it to your best friend. Your friend. He said his friend. That's his man. His companion. Whoever he chill with, that's that guy. He said he gave it to him. He can't take her back. David didn't go into Michal. When Saul took her and gave her to Paltiel, and then after Saul died, David became king, and they wanted to make peace. He said, yo, you want to make peace, you got to bring my wife back that I paid 100 foreskins for. He said, okay, cool. Abner said, cool. Yo, you got to go back to your husband. She went back. Paltiel was crying after her. Abner said, yo, go back home. He went back home. She went back to her rightful spot. But guess what? He never touched her. Because she was another man already went up in her. But for me to be king, right? And my wife over there with that dude while I'm king, and because her father set that up, that ain't happening. That's why David said, whoa. She's still my wife, bring her back here. I'm not gonna be king and my wife. That's why they got virgins. That's why the kings got virgins. You hit it and you hit it. And I'm a king. You ain't good. Y'all gonna look at me different because y'all already had something that I married. You understand, man? You understand? This is why stuff be going on. Cause she got a.
That's why the horse cut her in the face, because the horse smashed everybody. Everybody done touched that horse. She covered her face. Your wife is different, but
that
the horse.
Look, somebody gonna point her out. Say, hey man, that's her. I remember her face. Time sheet.
And if the latter husband hate her and write her a bill of divorcement and give it in her hand and send her out of his house, or if the latter husband died, which took her to be his wife.
Now, that means the latter husband, she got married, she got divorced from this guy, she left, got married to another guy, and he found some uncleanness in her eyes and divorced her. Or he died. Some sheep.
Her former husband, which took her, may not take her again to be his
The
wife.
first husband can't get her back and say, well, no, word, they divorced? Oh, y'all not together anymore? Yo, what's up? Let's rekindle this. No. You can't go back into her. You can't mess with her. You already put her away.
Yeah, you renege, bro.
Yeah, you can't be doing this back and forth stuff. You can't be back and forth. Oh no, we separated. Oh, we broke up. Oh, that. But you cheated on me. Yeah, but that was when we were separated. We were separated, but all of that is games. It's games.
All games.
It's games, man. God didn't play games with the marriage thing. All right? Yo, you said something earlier, Chief Sherman. In the heathen world, when they get married, they say vows. They really do. They say vows. Those are vows. They don't keep them.
To death to his part.
They don't keep them.
Didn't get divorced 6 years later.
Okay? They don't keep them. As soon as she hear about another woman, that everything is the whole world is Israelite woman too. Y'all get mad when your husband talking to another female. Yeah, I know. Y'all gotta stop doing that. If that's the case, Jacob only had Leah. She's like, I don't want to do it. You ever with my sister? I ain't get my maid either. Everybody got selfish. Sarah wouldn't tell Abraham, go in there. Go in there and get one. He wouldn't have told him that. You had one king, he said he was a lover of many wives. I forgot how many wives he had. He ain't had as much as Solomon, but he was up there. And he had 30 sons that rode on 30 ass colts. 30 sons that rode on 30 colts.
Right. It's a lot of sons.
A lot of sons, man.
And
because he had
one of his sons killed all of them. That was Yo,
that's in the Judges. Yotam was the youngest one.
He escaped.
Ahimelech, he killed everybody.
One of his sons killed
all his brothers. Ahimelech.
And one son escaped.
The youngest one.
What? But they treated him away. He said, man, your mother's son is a harlot. Oh, your mom was a hoe. Oh, yeah, you can't take part in the inheritance with the rest of us.
Yeah, I would have
He said, all right,
stay right there. Ain't nobody
he bodied everybody. He waited till he went to his mother's family.
Mother's family.
All right, his uncles.
His uncles.
He said his mother's brethren.
Right.
To the men of Shechem.
Right. Took them.
All the men of Shechem is his mother's brother. And that's a city. He had a whole city behind him. So, yeah, all right. Kick me out of my house.
Yeah, son of a whore.
He said, all right. And he got them back. Yotam escaped. But that's all we got. Look, we got to regard that, man.
After a while, Yotam grew strong.
Yeah.
Like Aaron come against us.
Right.
Aaron from Raquel.
Right.
The only boy she got from him. We just Aaron right now. Like, Aaron,
you ain't have no inheritance for
Aaron come and kill all of us from Midtown.
He come kill all of us.
From
Ema too, he killed everybody. That line is gone. That's how they got down in here, man. So you gotta watch watch who feelings you hurt, man. You gotta watch how you offend people. And you're not offending somebody that's a stranger, you're offending blood. This is family. We can easily offend each other quicker. You understand what I'm saying? You see how it went down out here, man. It's not good. Tough shit.
Her former husband, which sent her away, may not take her again to be his wife. After that, she is defiled. But that is an abomination before the Lord.
That's an abomination. Right? Bowing down to the idols is an abomination. Going up in a woman that was on her menstruation, that's an abomination. And this is also abomination. You can't pick and choose what about God telling you that certain acts, certain words, certain things you do, certain things you eat or wear, certain things you attend is an abomination.
Right.
Some shit.
And thou shalt not cause the land to sin, which the Lord thy God giveth thee for inheritance.
You cause the land to sin. You do something to the land that you dwell in. Let's remember this, man. The birds, the fowl came out the waters, right? Right?
Right.
What came out the land? The beasts, creeping things, and man. It was made from the dust of the ground. There's an affinity with the earth in our bodies. Okay? That's why fruits and vegetables and things that grow out of the land is good for us. It's the healthiest thing for us. There's an affinity with our bodies in the land. That's why God said, don't look at the beast and bow down to it. This stuff is here for you. You're the Lord over all of this stuff. Why are you bowing down to something that you are master over? That's what God told him. So I gave the dominion to you. I made earth, put you in it, and made you the boss of the whole earth. Gave you the dominion. Commanded you to take dominion. God commanded, he said, have dominion. That's a command. Right or wrong? That's a fact. So what you doing bowing down to the... We're going to go even further. Go to the book of Daniel. In the Apocrypha. One that's in the Apocrypha. Bel and the Dragon. That's also a book out of Daniel. They just exerted it and it wound up in the Apocrypha. It was also part of the figure. Let me show you something. But one kid tried to get slick. Everybody tries to get slick with God and his laws. Israelites, heathens, everybody. Let me show you something, man. This guy got slick. He understood a lot of things and he tried to get around it. You know, this book was taken out of the book of Daniel. Okay? For what purpose, I don't know, but it is part of Daniel's book. And it wound up in the Apocryphal country.
Apocryphal, Bel and the Dragon. And King Astyages was gathered to his fathers. Cyrus of Persia received his kingdom. And Daniel conversed with the king and was honored above all his friends. Now the Babylonians had an idol called Bel. And they
had an idol called Bel. Okay? He said the Babylonians had an idol called Bel. That was their chief idol. They said Bel gets destroyed. Nebo, stoop it down. Those are the idols of Babylon. Okay? And Tamshi.
And there was spent upon them every day 12 great measures of fine flour and 40 sheep, 6 vessels of wine.
This was the sacrifice. This is what the people brought up and set to worship, to sacrifice to this.
6 vessels?
Yeah, right? Well, with 6 vessels of wine, and the vessels, things like this. They're big barrels. You know the barrels? Yeah. The wine barrels, they're big, very big. So you got 6 of them, 40 sheep, 12 great measures of fine flour. We don't even know how much that is. 12 great measures. We don't know what measure was being used, what unit of measure, how much of it. But you know what I'm saying? It was great. Okay? Time sheet.
And the king worshipped it and went daily to adore it. But Daniel worshipped his own God.
Whatever you adore, you worship.
To adore is to admire.
To adore is to admire. To admire is to worship. He went to adore his idol, right or wrong. You say that all the time? Listen, man. Our Father didn't teach us to talk about this on our own words. Okay?
See what you do when you adore.
Okay? He told us, look up the words, man.
Look up words.
Look your words, to look it up in the Hebrew, look it up in the English. And you will know and you will get what it means 100%.
Mm-hmm.
Now, what these people did to their gods, we don't do. We can't follow certain things they do, certain action. He said he went there every day and adored the idol. That's beside the sacrifices.
Mm-hmm.
Right or wrong?
Yeah.
He said, man, I adore you.
No.
That's something here. That got to do it up in here. All right? He went there every day to gaze on that idol. He was in love with that idol. All right? He went there to be close to it. He was in love with that idol, man. You found it?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Adore. To worship or honor as a deity.
There you go.
Or as divine.
To worship or
honor
honor
as a deity.
Or
as divine.
Or as divine. Something divine. A God. Anything else?
To be extremely fond of.
Okay.
Fond.
Yeah.
Fond
That's
is prizing highly.
Praising highly. I'm fond.
Desirous.
I desire you. I'm fond of you. I like to be around you.
Having an affection or liking.
Yes. That's how you felt for the idol. Okay? So you ain't got to bow down. You don't have to set no candle. You don't have to go to the church. You don't have to go to the place. You don't have to gather. All you have to do is feel good for the idol. Feel good when there's celebration going on. Feel good. It's a feeling. That's an adornment. What you gotta do is feel good.
Go to Halloween party.
You get goose pimples. Certain things that get me hyped, get me happy, and I get goose pimples. Mm-hmm. You're not supposed to get goose pimples for stuff like that.
Mm-hmm. New Year's kiss, get happy.
Goose pimples get you. When you get that, you get excited and you hype and you up. Watch it. Watch it. Watch what you adore. T-Shama been saying it for the past couple of years now. And we run right into somebody who did it.
Whatever you admire, you worship.
Whatever you admire, you adore. Whatever you adore, you admire. Whatever you admire, you worship. You just read it. It's to worship or honor.
Mm-hmm.
a deity, God, or divine. You know that divine go into God, deity. Extra to be fond of something? Oh man, you can't get enough of it. Where am I?
Verse 4, end of verse 4.
Uh-huh.
And the king said unto him, why does
Okay,
not
start
thou?
at verse 4. Start at verse 4 again.
And the king worshipped it, and went daily to adore it. But Daniel worshipped his own God. And the king said unto him, why dost not thou worship Baal?
You know why? He noticed everybody else coming but he noticed Daniel never came there. Daniel never set foot in that place. He never did nothing according to that idol. So he said, damn, man, what's up with you, man? That's like, okay, man, everybody getting up, basically each gonna pray, and this guy don't get up.
Shit on his phone on Instagram.
Okay? That's the same as when I was in school and they stand up, the Pledge of Allegiance, I didn't stand up.
I slept, man.
Yeah. So everybody had a problem with me. That's just how it go. That's just how it go. That's something we all have a common. You say, yo, man, get up. I said, man, I don't get up. Look, my kids' graduations, my whole family sitting down.
Look, at the end
Okay? We do not pledge allegiance to nothing, nobody, or anything else besides the Most High God.
at the end of the job, these niggas drop the American flag and they're playing the Constitution music.
Oh, boy.
At that time when they dropped the flag, all the construction workers
They
took their
stopped.
hats.
Take their hat off. Hold it down to
I'm the only one with my high
Where
hat
they put
on.
their hat? Where they put their hat?
Look,
Right
Right
here.
in the heart.
Look, I'm the only one with my high hat on. Niggas looking at me. I'm looking at them. And I said, damn, I'm not taking nothing off. Leave me alone with my goddamn hard hat on.
Listen, when you serve God,
I got my
he said, don't be ashamed, right? That's a perfect example.
Facts, yeah.
Don't be ashamed. Because everybody else gonna serve.
But you know what's crazy? They know who
They
you are.
know. But
They call me the Hebrew hammer.
But they still
On the job. They
Hebrew
know
hammer.
I'm a Jew.
Yeah.
They know I live one way.
Yeah.
Why you want me to take off my hard hat to acknowledge the American flag?
That's the offense.
Crazy.
That's when you offend them.
Crazy.
Because look, when it boils down to it, when it's time to
They
worship,
already know.
when it's time to worship, and if you worship with them,
They gonna feel
no
like
problem. You still a hammer, but we know you still down, right?
I'm
But you really not down. That's a problem.
really not down with y'all.
That's a
Not
problem.
down.
They say, oh wow, this guy gonna do this. Well, what the
Okay,
football
my
player?
heart
What he
on.
did, he kneeled every time.
Tim Tebow.
He ain't playing no more.
Wait till my what's the cabinet?
He ain't playing no more.
He done.
Once he started doing this, they said, oh no, you're going against the curriculum.
They blackball. We can't get in with
You
no.
get blackballed.
Kyrie about to be next blackball.
Let me tell you,
Yeah, he ain't gonna
Okay.
watch. When he come back
Listen.
over suspension, something gonna happen with him in the Nets. He ain't gonna be back on that team. No team gonna want him. He gonna be sitting on the
You
sideline
know why?
talking about retirement.
Listen.
Watch.
It's too late.
Yeah.
He was supposed to be quiet. My man already said it. They are mad because the truth is being told on social media at a fast rate.
Yeah, right. These past few months.
That the identity of who's who
Who's
is
who?
coming out.
The Jews, the original Jews are
Okay.
blacks.
Because Shemites,
Black people.
Semitism comes from the word Shemites.
They ain't gonna shut it down. for us.
Semitism comes from the word Shemite. Shemite come from Shem. Shem is one of the sons of Noah.
That's right.
Okay? You had Shem, Ham, and Noah. 3 sons, 3 different physical descriptions. Okay? Yahweh went into the upper lands. Back then it was called the upper lands. It didn't have no name. We call it Europe. In the middle is what we call the Middle East. It's where Shem went. And this other brother went down into Africa and further down is what we call the Hamites, Africans. It was named Africa after Africanos, a man named Africanos. Before that, it was called Carthage. Before that, it was called the land of the burning faces. So you got to learn, you have to know the origin of, yes, Before it was given a name, it was given a description because everybody there was dark. Land of burning faces. It's hot there. Egypt, Ethiopia, the Congo, Africa's hot. That's jungle area. But when you leave out of that, you get into Syria, Iran, Persia, Syria, Persia, Assyria, Israel, Sinai Peninsula. All these things is mixed. A little bit of desert. And as you go north, it's colder. Same thing over there, right? When you leave out of the Middle East, you up north. You in Europe. Yafet's kids is there. Lighter, whiter, yellower, redder, because of the climate where they live at. You become part of your environment. Remember, we're attached, we're linked with the earth. So if I go and I start living in a cold climate area where there's hardly any sun, a generation of time, my kids gonna be lighter than AJ. Hair gonna be thinner. To adapt, God made the body to live forever.
Right.
So we are able to adapt anywhere on this planet. Not up there, on this planet. Okay? Our bodies will adapt. Okay, well, all right, baby making time. Well, look, the DNA is gonna tweak now so that this kid could come out more adapted in this environment. So you got Ham, Shem, and Yafet. You got the Yaphites, Shemites, and the Hamites. What people say is that all blacks come out of Ham.
No.
Ham and Shem is where all blacks come out. Okay? Ham and Shem. And there was a time when Europeans came and took over everything. And they took the name of a tribe of one of the people that came out of Shem named Israel. And Israel had 12 sons. And the 12 tribes came out of them. One of them named is Judah. And they took the name of that tribe and called themselves Jews. And this is how they became linked to being Shemites also. Hey, listen. Not everybody stayed with white people. Not every black stayed with black people. There was a lot of interracial mixing going on. Okay? This whole world is mixed up. You got white and black in you and Chinese in you. I got white, Arab, black, Chinese in me. We all are mixed.
No pure bloods.
Okay, there is no pure bloods going on. Okay? What's going to make you pure? It's your character, your spirit before God. You walk perfectly. That's what matters now. It's all mixed up already. God scattered us everywhere. It's done. Can you unmix a bowl of Kool-Aid? Can I get the sugar back out and then separate the water and then get the powder back out? No, God did that already. DNAs is mixed. Tamshi.
Who answered and said, because I may not worship the idols made with hands, but the living God who had created the heaven and earth and had sovereignty over all flesh.
Yeah, sovereignty means all master rulership. That's what sovereignty means. Nobody can question or stop this. Tamshi.
Then said the king unto him, thinkest thou not that Bel is a living God? Seest thou not how much he eateth and drinketh every day? Then Daniel smiled and said,
man,
okay.
You don't think this God lives, man? This God I serve, it lives too. My God is like your God. No. No. We serve the same God. No. I'm sorry to bust your bubble. Most people say, yeah, not to hurt nobody. You're going to hurt people's feelings serving this God. You are going to offend people serving this God. Just by you not partaking, you're going to offend. When they saw at the job, they said, oh, he's a jolly good fellow. You better not sing that song. You don't even know the origin of that.
Shorty's been like, you say don't celebrate Valentine's Day. That's not me.
You don't even know the origin of that. You know, all that stuff is worship of idols.
Most of them
all of that stuff is the worship of idols, man. That's why God said, man, you can't get into none of this stuff. The simplest thing, you'd be like, what, that too? Yes, that too. It's the way of the world now, man. with that, and step down. I will continue this next week. Shalom Aleichem.
Shalom Aleichem.